in the future. And I want to start my presentation by some, well, comments, and they might be some quite important. I think this feeling of our relations or our cooperation is not only the project. For us, our cooperation is just, well, first of all, people, not projects. And once I came to Hanensville, the northernmost city of Europe. I came there in autumn. There was a festival which was called Nordkapp Festival, so it was the northernmost part of Europe. In the morning, I had nowhere to go, so I decided to ascend one of the mountains that was not far from the city. I took the path and came up to a monument. It was a monument to a tall, thin man with some flowing hair, and there were a lot of seagulls there, and there was an old bicycle, an old bicycle standing there. So it was the monument to Jensen, the man who was still alive, and well, the people of the city erected a monument to him. He had been a student of St. Petersburg University. Now he is older than 80 years old. He made a lot of interesting films which are connected with our mutual history, especially military history. When he was 4 years old, he survived a terrible tragedy. His native city, Honensburg, was set to fire, and it burned almost entirely. And you know, there was only only the church. So, as in the legend of Eulenspiegel, till Eulenspiegel, there was a quotation there that the ashes still affected the heart. So this person made a film about many things going back to the history. He could not find the funds for financing this project because in recent years, unfortunately, there was no funding from the fund of Norwegian cinema towards the films that were supposed to be shot about some things connected with the liberation of Norway by the Soviet army. So it was somehow, it looked, the films that were funded at the same time were not that much about the role of the Soviet soldiers. And another person I'm going to speak about, Helge Thorstedt, who made her film here, not far from here. She worked with a Swedish production company. She made films about what happened here during the war times, and one of her films that was presented in Northern Character Green Screen and received a prize of the festival was named What Our Fathers Fought For, and was dedicated to the Second World War, when both the Russians and the Norwegians fought together in order to drive the fascists away from their native land. So the film was about, now goes the long quotation where she speaks about how the simple people tried to drive away the fascists from their native land, from the things that were important to them. It was a film about a young man who had to live all his life remembering, thinking that his father was a traitor, but actually his father was a hero. But it shows how the politics affected his evaluation of his own father. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to show the film in a proper way due to the pandemic, because when the film was made, there were some coronavirus restrictions going on in the country. We didn't have an opportunity to organize a tour for the film and to organize meeting the producers of the film. Because it is important that these people who made the film were very grateful to those who liberated the country from fascism. And another thing that I'm going to speak about is Kirk Mauser, who actually this actress who looks like Spanish and who looks like Tatiana Samoylova in a way. She played the role of Anna Karenina. She decided to play the part of Anna Karenina in Vladivostok. She took the whole road from Murmansk to Vladivostok, making some stops together with her whole family, and her director, Tamasa Matola. So she tried to meet different people who are somehow connected with the Russian culture. She tried to understand what the Russian soul is. She tried to learn the Russian lines for the drama production. Well, we know that the Russian language is extremely difficult for those who want to try and learn it, and it's difficult to learn the drama there. So, she made a film. She made a film about Anna Karenina. She made a film about the Russian people, the Russian soul, and she tried to show how she understood it all. So this story was the main intrigue of the film Karenina and Me. Her wonderful acting was shown in the film as well, and this film collected a lot of different prizes, not only the northern character. Later it was shown on the TV channel Kultura of the Russian TV. So the interest was obvious, the interest of the Norwegian cultural elite to how the Russian culture affects and affected the development of the country. And I also want to say that our treatment, well, I'm a journalist, first of all, our relations went on very well because somewhere in the mid-1990s we had a Barents TV festival where different state TV channels participated from both Novaya Russia, Finland and Sweden. They were only the state TV companies and TV channels. We came to visit each other and we were very much surprised by the approach because we were, well, you know, we were somehow back in the Soviet time agenda. We thought that TV was supposed to be educational for the people. There could nothing, you couldn't find anything from the author in the film. So for us it was something new and surprising sometimes, because sometimes in the center of the story of a film there could be a story of people who cut wood in some settlements in Norway, and there were only men in those settlements and there were no women. Or a story about a boy who lived in a small settlement, in a small fishing settlement. He has well, some cognitive problems, and he was trying to make his own program. So we thought that probably it was not, well, coming back to our Soviet treatment of TV, we thought that it was not that important. Well, usually it would become the main story, but well, actually it was a discovery for us to find out that films could be made like that, and it all turned into some kind of high quality cooperation, and they came to us at the same time in order to find some dramatic stories or some interesting stories that could be placed as a focus of their stories, because we lived in a different way and they liked seeing what we had, and we were interested mostly in the quality of the production. So it was a mutual interaction. This is how the Northern Character Festival started, actually. It grew out of those meetings. Now it has a lot of different directions. It's dedicated to inclusive society, and there are a lot of environmental issues discussed within the framework of our festival. But still, it has always been about the, well, let us say, the backbone of our festival, Russia, Norway, Finland and Sweden. Because, well, as we believe, only northern directors can make good stories about our life, I mean, northern life. Well, so this year the Northern Character is going to be the 14th one, and we have had several green screen festivals, and it was important that we had screenings both in Russia and Norway, in Kirkenes and Sakurov came there, for example, and other famous people from cinematography came there, because the interaction was interesting, and the local diaspora worked well there. For example, when Chukrai came, they were collected well, the whole assembly of people from the Russian diaspora, because, well, actually there is a joke that Kirkenes is a kind of a Russian village because there are so many people from Russia there. We are proud of how inspirational sometimes our events are. For example, when we celebrated the 75th anniversary of liberation of northern Norway, well, you cannot even imagine how difficult it was for us to organize some things. Like, for example, we brought the the Northern Fleet ensemble to act there. to perform there, and it was a kind of there were so many people who came there because the recent time before that they came only in 1945. There was a terribly huge line of people who wanted to see that. They performed together with a Norwegian team, Norwegian performers, and it was a bright performance. Well, they called it a military music hall. They were very much surprised by the dances that our dancers performed. Well, it was a masterful performance, I must say. It was such an emotional moment of, this kindness and warmth, and we saw how culture went through the eyes. And it was a wonderful event, and I must say that the anthem of the Russian Federation sounded there in the presence of the officials, the King of Norway, and it was a mutual performance both by Norwegian children and the Northern Fleet performers. So it was back in 2019. We work very much on international projects, and I decided to have a look at, for example, getting money from the presidential fund. We tried to analyze why we need all those projects, because if you don't have any kind of a basis, you cannot get any funding. And I looked back at the basis of one of our projects, which was called Russia and Norway at the Crossroads of Epochs and Cultures. It was dedicated to Dostoevsky's 200 years anniversary, and it was also connected with the mutual cooperation between Norway and Russia. And we said that it was dedicated to the 200th anniversary of Dostoevsky's date birth. It was supposed to affect the Russian literature, Norwegian literature, and it was also important in order to strengthen the relations between the countries. And it was still in the pandemic times, and there were a lot of things happening online, but some people came to participate in the conference offline. The formats were interesting, so let us see a short video about what it was like.
Достоевский, Гамсун,
Well,
Чехов.
Dostoevsky, Gambson, Chekhov, Ibsen,
конечно, Чайковский и
and
Грик. Мы
definitely
находили
Tchaikovsky and
параллели,
Greek. We found the parallels, we
была
found the
показать,
connections. It was
насколько
important for us to
в
show
историческом и культурном
how,
контексте
well, historically and culturally,
в разных жанрах,
in
разные
different
культурные случаи
genres,
друг у друга вдохновения.
different,
Но я вернусь
culture
к обоснованию,
representatives,
потому что это как
well,
раз
got
для нас тоже
inspiration
очень
from each
важно.
other.
Как я
But I will
журналист
go back to
старалась
the
много
basis
перед тем, как
of
написать
our
проект,
project. As a journalist, I was trying to
норвежскую прессу,
study
посмотреть,
the
что они
Norwegian
писали в
media
тот
for
момент для
what
того,
they
чтобы
wrote
понять, насколько это
about
ляжет
at that
вообще в
time in
наше
order to
все, на
understand
наши с этим
how
отношения.
it will
И
affect our
я зачитаю
interaction.
кусочек этого обоснования, которое
I
было
will
сделано
just read a part of
как
this
раз по вот этой вот проектной
foundation
анализу.
point in this project and which
Написала
is
я так.
connected with the
Анализ
analysis.
информационной
I wrote
обстановки
the
на территории
following.
Норвегии приводит
So
к
this
выводу,
is
что
the
королевский
analysis of
премьер-министр
the
Норвегии
information
Суде важнейшими
presented in the
направлениями своей
media,
деятельности рассматривает
that the main
пересмотр итогов Второй мировой войны,
activity goal
отказ от
is to
гуманитарного сотрудничества с
well,
Россией,
review
ограничение российского
the results
суверенитета
of
в
the
Арктике,
Second World
формирование
War,
населения
to
чернобыльских
restrict the
молодежи, антироссийская социальная
sovereignty of
обстановка.
the
Вот этот
Russian
религиозный подход
Federation in the
отмечают сами
Arctic,
норвежцы.
to
Так, в
change the
статье
connections
«Другой
with
мир»
Russia.
Свартирамюры
So we can
об
see in some
отношениях России и Норвегии
articles
пишет
that
«Мы следим друг за
the
другом во
relations
все
between
глаза,
Russia
не
and
доверяем
Norway
друг другу как
are
вопросах
like
мира,
looking
вопросах
at each other
войны.
very
Это не для
attentively
них
and not
само по себе
trusting each other,
проблема.
neither
В
in
каждой
peace or
газетной
war.
статье, в которой
So it is
описывается,
a
что с Россией
problem.
что-то не
In
так, в
every
каждом
article,
комментарии, который
they
звучит,
say that
что
something
нужно
is wrong
срочно
with
что-то делать
Russia.
с каждым
In
правительством,
every
говорящим,
comment,
что
they
настроением
say
с
that they
Русью,
have to do
расстояние
something
между народами
about it.
России,
The
Норвегии
politicians
увеличивается.
saying that
Вот прекрасное
something has to be done
доверие
about
журналиста
Russians. So
Слаксирамюр
there is no
называет
treatment
знаки
for this lack
встречи
of
в эфире
trust.
телевидения.
But
И
they
как
said
норвежцу,
that the
норвежцам нужно быть
treatment for this
любознательными
lack of
и
trust
открытыми.
was
Вот на
to get
самом
to know
деле,
people, to
вот
be more
понимая эту ситуацию, как она
open-hearted and
разворачивалась
more
тогда, это было
open-minded.
конец
Well,
19
actually,
года, начало 20-го,
understanding
когда я
back then,
анализировал этот
somewhere at the beginning
процесс, и
of
понимаешь,
2020,
что
when I
связанные со мной
analyzed the
такие
process
удивительно,
and was
почему
trying
вдруг неожиданно перестали мы
see
созваниваться,
why they
перестали
somehow
отвечать на
stopped
письма наших
making
коллег, с
phone calls
которыми у
to
нас
us
были
or
прекраснейшие
stopped writing
отношения,
letters to
ты
us or
понимаешь, что это
answering
все
our
было
letters.
какой-то уже подготовленной почвой.
You could
Но сейчас,
understand that
если
it
сказать
was, well,
точно,
something
рост, потому
which
что мы
could
доклад все-таки
be
посвящен только росту.
expected because that
Итак,
is what
точки
media
роста
showed.
станут теми же
But as
самыми,
for
что
the
и точки
points of
нашего
growth for
постоянного
us
взаимодействия.
are the same
Это,
as the
конечно, общая
permanent points of
история,
our
ее никуда
interaction.
не деть, ее
They are the
невозможно
mutual
переписать так,
history. You
невозможно.
cannot
Это
rewrite
культурные
it or write
связи,
it
это
back.
взаимодействие
These
наших,
are the cultural connections because
наших
that is the
деятелей культуры и
interaction of
искусств,
our
наше взаимное
well
влияние на культуру друг друга.
representatives of the
Конечно,
cultural
экологический
sphere and
процесс.
our
То, на чем основывались наши
mutual
отношения
influence
с
and
ними.
inspiration for
Спасибо.
each other. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое,
Спасибо
Светлана
большое,
Юрьевна.
Светлана
Я
Юрьевна.
Thank you, Svetlana.
подхватываю
And
эстафету.
I will follow
Светлана
your
Юрьевна,
lead.
действительно, ну, вы знаете, иногда диву
So,
даешься, когда
yes, sometimes you
видишь
get surprised when you
события,
see
которые происходят. То есть
some
сейчас
events
вы знаете о
happening,
том, что в
and now, as you
одностороннем
know,
порядке
that
Тромсе
by
прекращение
unilateral
военных
decision,
действий.
Tromsø decided to
Ну, я еще раз
terminate
говорю, повторю о том,
the
что вместе с водой
Twin
можно
City
выпустить
agreement with
младенца, но общую
Murman.
историю вы все
It's
равно
always that you can
не
throw out
сможете
the
перечеркнуть
baby
и
with the
переписать ее
water, but
невозможно,
you
потому что
cannot
это наша,
rewrite the
собственно
history,
говоря,
because the history
у меня
is
тема
something that we
сообщений
have
северной страницы
in
истории,
common.
тема
And so
отношения
my
России и Норвегии. Я
topic of my
попрошу
presentation
дальнейшей
is
моей
not without borders, about the lessons
презентацию,
of history
собственно говоря, она
and
обозначена.
about
Я вам
relations
расскажу
of
всего лишь
Russia
об
and
одном
Norway.
проекте,
I
который
will
я
say
сделал
just
по
about
профессии
one
специальности
project
«Северный
that
характер» и
was
поддержке
carried out
Фонда
by Northern
президентских
Character Production
грантов.
Center, supported with the
И
Presidential
я
Grants
вам
Foundation.
хочу сказать о том, что
So I would like to say
международный проект —
that
это северная страница, это
this
серия
international project is a
взаимосвязанных между собой
series of
мероприятий, организованных для как
interrelated
раз укрепления
events
добрососедских контактов между
organized to
Россией и Норвегией. И
strengthen
темы, которые
good
были в основу
neighborship
вот этого проекта,
with
они,
the
собственно говоря,
relations of Russia and Norway.
одинаковые. Что в России,
And
что в Норвегии. Это,
the
конечно,
topics are
общая
quite
история,
the
это
same both in Russia
экология,
and in Norway. It's our
образование,
common
культура.
history, environment,
И вот,
education,
собственно говоря,
culture.
весной этого года
And
мы реализовали
this
этот
spring
проект.
we have
Мы
implemented
записали this project, we have made a series of lectures or programs. It was a kind of talk show. They were recorded in Russian and subtitled in Norwegian. So we did not limit the audience to Russian speakers only. So the main idea was that Norwegians and also people from other countries who speak Norwegian, they could remember or learn something new. So how did it all begin? It began not in 2022. It started like much earlier. So we had planned 12 such lectures. And we wanted to have 6 Russian lecturers and 6 Norwegian lecturers. So we had some preliminary discussions. We wanted some of the lectures be recorded in Murmansk and some of them be recorded in Serverangel Library in Chiltnes. So many of you have probably been there and you know the history of this library. So they have a whole Russian literature department there and so on. So, but the recent events have interfered and Norwegians have carefully stepped back and choose not to participate in this project. But we have only Russian lecturers, but it has not influenced the importance of this project because we spoke about what we have in common. We spoke about our common history. Just in brief, I could say about the participants of this lecture. So let's go into history and let's see a short part of it.
На севере Европы соседствуют Россия и Норвегия.
So Norway and Finland are neighbors. So, and relations between the countries have been formed throughout the centuries. So how important is it to keep the cooperation in economic and humanitarian fields? So what lessons can we learn from the history? So these questions are answered by researchers, scientists, journalists, and so on in these projects. They're discussing, they're reminiscing about the past and talking about the future using like common people, for example.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
So, hello, dear friends. I'm glad to meet you. So, at one point in 1980, I was sent to do military service in the border guards here in the north. And so, after that, I live and work in Murmansk region. So, since the topic of my lecture is from on both sides of the border, I would like to say something about my impressions. I came here in the 90s and started doing my military serving in the border guards regiment in Nikit. So here on the picture, you can see some pictures from that time when I, among other young guys, when we were controlling the border, we had weapons, we had ammunition. So every day and night, we were watching the border. So I spent 7 years in the border guards, and then I started working in school because then I graduated Murmansk State Pedagogical Institute, and for 20 years I was a history teacher, and also I was a teacher in science, public sciences, and so on. So there were some challenges with teachers at that time, shortage of teachers. So then I was invited to work in Pechenga municipal administration. Then I was a council member, and then I was elected as the head of Pechenga municipality. And in 2017, I had a meeting with Erik Sledal, and at that time he is Norwegian, and he was the Consul General of Norway in Murmansk. So when I met him for the first time, we found out an interesting fact that in the 80s, when I was watching the border from the Russian side, Erik Svedal was watching the border from the other side, from the Norwegian side. So, and he said, I can quote him, I can read him. So I had to watch the state border, and when physically the border did not exist, there was some border stops. There was no like no kind of fence or anything, but you couldn't step on the other side, or you couldn't take photos to the other side. But there was a huge interest. What are people doing? What is happening there? How are people living there? So,
Давайте дальше включаем
okay, let's
презентацию. И
stop
вот,
here
собственно
and
говоря,
continue with the presentation.
вот
So,
вы видите, да, то есть
you
Александр
can
Морозов,
see
ну, это только маленький
Alexander
фрагмент,
Morozov.
естественно, да,
It's
вообще
a small
удивительная
piece
история.
of
Спустя
his
много-много лет они встретились и выяснилось,
film.
что в одном и
So
том
they
же
met
регионе.
each
Они
other many
находятся по
years.
одну
So, and
сторону
it was
границы,
interesting
другой по
that
другой. То
they
есть не
were
исключено, что они, может быть,
on
даже как-то
other,
и
in
видели
different
друг друга,
sides
и
of the
чувствовали
border at the
друг
same
друга.
time. So
Вот.
probably they could
И
have
еще
met
одна была
at some
лекция,
point.
которую рассказал
And
Александр
another
Владимирович,
interesting
вот об этой обычной
lecture
скрепке,
of
канцелярской
Alexander
скрепке, которую
Morozov,
все из
it's
вас знают.
about
Ну, вы
this
знаете, что это
kind of
изобретение норвежское, но вы
paper
наверняка,
clip.
может
You
быть,
know
кто-то
that
не
it's
знает
been
о том, что
invented
в
by
годы
Norwegians,
Второй мировой
but you
войны
don't
именно
maybe
обычная
not
вот
all of
эта
you know that
скрепка,
during
она
the war,
служила
this paperclip
символом
was a
сопротивления
kind of
норвежцев
symbol of
нацистам.
resistance
То есть вот это тоже
against
такая
Nazis
удивительная история.
by Norwegians. So that's an
Следующим
interesting story.
нашим
And
лектором была Анна
another
Ермолаева,
interesting
преподаватель норвежского
teacher was
языка. Она
Anna
рассказала
Yermolaeva.
историю,
She's a
как
Norwegian
она
language
начинала
teacher,
работать в норвежском
and she
консульстве, как
started telling how
сама
she
смогла
worked in the
пожать руку
consulate of
Харальду
Norway, how
Пятому
she
в
managed to
1998 году.
meet
Она рассказала свою
the
личную
king,
историю
Harald
о том, как
V,
свадьба
and so on.
проходила
So
у
she
нее в
told the
консульстве, как
story of
норвежцы
your
пытались
marriage
понять
in the
наши
consulate, how Norwegians try
традиции,
to
обряды,
understand our
бракосочетания.
traditions
Вот это
and
совершенно
weddings and so
удивительные
on.
истории, которые,
So
причем личные.
that's quite an interesting and very
Далее
personal
Мария
story. Then we
Ильичева, кандидат
had
исторических наук,
Maria
доцент кафедры истории и
Ilichova, who
права.
is
Она
like the
затронула
docent
тему
of the
жизни
Faculty of
приграничий
History
и реальные истории.
of
И вот
Murmansk
она
Arctic State
рассказала,
University.
если вы
She told
посмотрите
about the
записи,
real
то
history and
узнаете о
real
том,
diplomacy.
как
So
вообще
if you see
создавалась
two
библиотека Сёрваранги. Вы, наверное,
lectures,
знаете,
she
да?
told about
Знаете,
how
она
the
ведь создавалась на
Servarangi library was
народные
created.
средства.
It was
Самими
actually
норвежцами
created by
в память как раз о тех
gathering the
учителях,
money
которые
from people
выступили против
in the
нацистской
memory of
идеологии.
the
Она
teachers who
рассказала
were against
реальную
Nazi
историю спасения
ideology.
молодой
So she
норвежки
told a story
Астрид
about how a young
советскими
Norwegian girl
пограничниками.
Astrid
Потому
by
что если бы
Russian, by
советские
Soviet
пограничники, которые не
border
пришли бы
officers was
на
because
помощь этой
they
молодой
came
девушке,
to
которая
save
просто
her, to
упала
rescue
с
her,
лодки, то
because
ее бы
she
просто не
went
было в этом
overboard and
свете.
she could have
Вот. Она
drowned if
рассказала
not
об
for
уникальной,
the Soviet border
единственной в
guards.
своем
So
роде
she told about one
российско-норвежской
single story
школе,
of Russian
которая, к сожалению,
Norwegian
сейчас
school
тоже пока
that
почему-то
unfortunately is
приостановлена
closed
деятельность.
now.
Александр Порцель
Also,
рассказал тоже
Alexander
совершенно
Porcel,
потрясающих
two
эпизода
very
из
amazing
военной истории
episodes from the war
норвежцев. Это
history,
крепость
Norwegian war history. It's
Оскарборг,
about
по сути дела,
Oscarsborg,
защитники этой крепости спасли
where the
норвежского
protectors
короля,
of
потому что если бы
Oscarsborg
они не
they
выступили,
saved
тогда
the
было бы
Norwegian
неизвестно, как
king
вообще
because
сложилась бы
when they
норвежская история,
interfered,
что бы
nobody
сейчас
knows how the
происходило.
history would
Вот, да.
be,
И
what
он
kind of
также
history we would
рассказал
have
историю
now.
об
And she
операции,
told
в
also
ходе
about
которой
Friedheim
нацистам не удалось
operation when the
выполнить
Nazis
свои планы
didn't
по
manage
тому,
to
чтобы
complete their
сделать
plans
колонию на
on
территории Шпицберга.
getting the colony in
Еще
Spitsbergen.
нашим лектором выступил Сергей
So
Гончаров,
we
член
also
Совета
had
по омскому
Sergei
Москве
Goncharov,
Русского
the council
географического
member
общества.
of the
Он,
Russian
собственно говоря,
Geographic
сделал
Society.
экскурс в историю,
He
рассказал,
also
как
had
вообще на протяжении
told us about
нескольких
the
столетий
history,
складывались отношения
like the
о том,
several
как существовал даже
centuries of
особый
relation.
язык
When
общения.
also we had
Вот.
some
И, собственно
special
говоря, о
language
том,
of
как сегодня нам
communication between
нужно
Russian and
бережно
Russians and
относиться к
Norwegians, and
исторической
how
памяти
careful we
нашего
should
общества.
be today about the historic
Дмитрий
memory.
Боровков
And
рассказал о
Dmitry
создании
Borovkov told about
российско-норвежской
creating a
радиостанции.
Russian-Norwegian
Это тоже
radio
совершенно
station.
удивительная
That was a
история.
very
Сейчас,
interesting
когда
story
слушаешь
then.
это,
Now when
думаешь, люди,
we
которые
listen
совершенно
to
с
this, like
разными
how
подходами,
the
взглядами
people
на
have
бизнес,
different
каким-то, может
approaches,
быть,
different business
ментальностью, но
ideas,
тем не менее они
different kind
смогли
of
найти общий
mentality,
язык.
but still
В
they
общем-то,
managed to
сделали
find the
совершенно
same,
потрясающую
some
историю.
common ground
Ну
and
и
to
я
get this
хотел бы
amazing story.
еще
And also, I would like to mention another. It's Dmitry Yermolayev. On the picture, it's not Dmitry, it's from the film Under the Stone Sky, which is kind of film telling about the story of the Second World War, when in 1945 the northern Norway was liberated under letters by Soviet soldiers. It's a short clip from this film when Dmitry is telling about a Norwegian family who took care of some letters from Russian soldiers. It's a different letter. So when we visited Kirkenes, I got this letter, but the last letter I was only shown, but this letter I got to keep. So this letter was left by soldiers somewhere in a Norwegian house. So it was owned by Ellen Nostad, by Norwegian. So there was some soldiers who came and asked to stay over, to stay overnight. So she allowed them to stay in some shed. She only asked them not to smoke and not to have fire, not to start any fire. So they slept over and then they moved out. And then she found this letter in this shed. And it was forgotten by one of our soldiers. It was a personal letter. And in the 90s, when there was a third generation of this Norwegian family who kept this letter, so the letter got translated and they started looking. So, dear Anna, I'm sending you my greetings from the front. So, I am alive and well. So, I'm writing you the second letter and I am getting your answers and keeping them. It's warming me. I don't know if it's okay for we are in Norway now, so it was not no idea to try to hide that we were in Norway, and the letter has never been sent. So, so Ellen Nostad's relatives, they were really interested, like what happened with the soldier, what happened with the girl he was writing to, and they kind of had some kind of personal story. So they sent some inquiries from Servaranger Historical Society. So they were trying to find those people from the address, by the address that was on the envelope. But unfortunately, the address on the envelope, it was for the evacuation period. So she was living there only during evacuation. And then they moved to some unknown location. So now the search has not given any result, but the story is very touching. The story itself is very touching, and also the way how caring the Norwegians were, and how great, like how respectively they took care of his letter. It, it says us, it tells us something about what they think about liberation and what they think about Soviet soldiers. So I got this letter after all the attempts to find the letters where the recipients were missing. It was unfortunate, so I could give it to the museum. So I gave it to the museum, and it is now in the museum storage. So that's my story. Okay, so I'll stop speaking here. So Dmitry said something very important, that look how caring, how careful the Norwegians were about this story. It was mentioned by Svetlana about all these participants that probably the future speakers will also mention it, that we should do so that the story remains also and is kept by the Norwegian families. We cannot just throw out all these years of history. And also, I should say that the participants of these lectures, they are our students from the Arctic University, from Russian Norwegian School. Why did we want to record these stories? Not only to have some recordings of the facts, but if you listen to the stories, they are available online. It's a kind of a message to anyone, to any kind of creative person, because each of those stories is a kind of book or a film or a musical work. So if we, all of us on our like place, if you're a person of art or something, or in science, or in economy, other kinds of work, if you try to keep and to maintain this relation, to live through this political storm, I think it will be very good. So thank you so much, dear friends. And now I would like to give the floor to Tatiana Bazanova. She is the advisor on international cooperation of Pechinga municipality. And as I understand, Pechinga municipality, Servaranger commune, 50 years of cooperation from start to the.
Yes, absolutely right. Yes, it is true. Just yesterday, I was thinking about it, how Murmansk interacts with their brotherhood cities. Well, because these connections have been stopped in many ways. With Tromsø, I mean, well, nickel with Kirkenes. So all these connections were established at the same period in 1972. And they were among the first ones. So the first brotherhood city was Rovaniemi in 1962, and then it was followed by other cities, Murmansk, Tromsø, Nickel, Kirkenes, and the other chain of the cities. I don't know. Well, when I come back, I will try to find out some more information because I just found out about it today in the morning. I will try to find some information about it because sometimes journalists like to pay too much attention to that. Probably it was something like what we had with our situation with the Sør-Varanger commune. Our first agreement, when I saw it in Norwegian, during one of events, we had a big seminar, Nickel and Kirkenes, through the eyes of each other. I was surprised and amazed that on the Norwegian part, it was signed on the 20th of September 1972 by the mayor, and on the Soviet part, it was signed by the head of Pechinga administration on the 2nd of March in 1973. So I had a question why there was such a time gap between signing the agreements on both sides. And well, the pause in in my work during the pandemic allowed me to find some interesting documents concerning that agreement. So the municipality of Sør-Varanger and we, unlike Murmansk and Tromsø, we never stopped our relations because I was going to the history of all those cities, and I know that there have been similar cases like the one with Tromsø. There used to be cases when Tromsø decided not to be related to Murmansk when we entered Afghanistan. They decided to make a pause in our relations. So we hope that something like this will probably happen because, well, they renewed the relations after Afghanistan. As for our case, I want to say that we continue our interaction. We continued our interaction with Sør-Varanger. Well, it gave us an opportunity to continue showing our friendship and continuing interacting and our being interested in what was happening on the other side of the border. But well, last year in October, we had the 11th day of transborder cooperation in Russia and Norway. There was a mixed format there. And we also participated as the representatives of the twin city or sister city. We also participate in the celebration of the liberation of the anniversary of liberation of Finnmark, and it was a great event, I must say. The fact that the king came, Harald the second, I'm sorry, yeah, came. Håkon was the seventh, but Harald is the second. Yeah, we we met. We had a working group and we had several meetings online last year and at the beginning of this year. And we actually had a period of, well, we had a plan for the period of 2 years. We discussed that. We covered different parts of our cooperation. We were thinking whether the borders will be open or not, depending on the pandemic situation. So we had a flexible plan depending on that. And now, according to the law on transborder cooperation, we had to coordinate it with the main coordinating body, which is the Ministry of the Arctic. It was approved by the Ministry of the Arctic, and we hope that the signing of the agreement between the heads of our authorities will take place on the 15th of March. And on the 1st of March, we were supposed to have a kind of a meeting where we were going to discuss the plan. But the Norwegian side asked us to postpone it a little bit from the 1st of March till another period. And then very politely, it was not a kind of an ultimatum or some official letter, just very politely, by using the international coordinator, Elizaveta Stepanova, they asked us, about postponing our plans. They said it was about the postponement for an uncertain period of time, and they wanted us to understand them. We had another series of projects with different other organizations, for example, Skoltasami. It was a museum project which dealt with the museums of Sweden, Norway, and Finland. It was an online project because, actually, it was a very active one. We had exhibitions in this online format and different meetings with the Sami using the museum. We met online with our Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish partners. But it was only Tule Mala who managed to join us because she's an independent artist. So she was the coordinator. She sent her greetings from those museums because, it is very strict on their part that if you have Russian partners, you will not get any funding. So we understand, that it was a kind of an order for them to stop any kind of cooperation. We understand that people have to meet the order. I could, continue speaking about our history, but I want to look into the future. But it's difficult now to look into the future. You know, when I start thinking about our cooperation, those 50 years of cooperation, and I have been busy with that for 25 years, and for 17 years, I have been professionally working in it. I have been connecting these municipalities, including the Finnish one, by using, all my powers, all my efforts. You see, I'm a diplomat and I'm quite convenient to see people meeting each other, joining each other. And when I see that people have something in common and they have mutual topics to discuss, I'm really happy because it also helped to promote peace in the world. And definitely we understand that all such things and ideas, they will cause some kind of pain in our hearts. We are used to that and in some way. And when I analyze all these processes, And when I think about why it all disintegrated, we have to understand that Norway Norway is a country that is looking mostly, well, both historical and cultural, that is looking into cooperation with countries like Great Britain, the USA. But at one point, this border was established, the border with Russia, I mean, in 1826. But also there was in the region of Petsamo, there was a border with Finland as well that later became part of the Soviet Union. And Norway was supposed to build new relations and to think about a new policy. They had to somehow find a way to be kind to this Russian bear, as they said. So they decided to be a kind of a balancing state between the NATO and and good neighboring relations with a great neighbor. So it was a kind of an asymmetric neighborhood. And as the foreign affairs minister, I don't remember his name precisely, somewhere back in the 1970s when we had those twin city relations established, he said once that when we spoke about neighborhood between the Soviet Union and other countries, he always said, when you are sleeping in the den with the bear, in the same den with the bear, even if the bear is really very kind and moves from one side to the other, this bear will, nobody knows what. So the Norwegian policy and geopolitically was always oriented to the northwest, but due to the historic relations, starting with the Pomor merchant relations and all types of people-to-people relations, it was an important resource that helped us build these friendly relations with our neighbors, because the people of the north were always offended that the history was not taken into consideration, because not often you will find the information about the liberation of Finnmark, for example. People in the south don't know about it. It's something like keeping silence about it, and people in the north were very sensitive about it because they felt like being discriminated against somehow. And the strongest point of ours, even the relations that we used to have, the formalized ideological ones that went through a long route of strict regulation and ideologization, with the difficulties which were connected with crossing the borders, but simple, people-to-people relations. And then we had this visa-less crossing the border. So the climax of all those types of neighborhood relations are people-to-people relations. They never stopped. They haven't stopped. People treat me the same way. They treat me the same way. Those who cannot cooperate with me like officially, they're still in contact with me. They ask me to understand them. This is why I think that we have, we can say that it's an acute period of a disease. If you have problems with your back, you should avoid some exercises, because I'm an expert in it. I know what we can say about it. But we should not stop all those contacts. We should retain a peace and friendship in our hearts with people around us. Because if we go into the discussion that is going on, if you read Norwegian press, for example, it's a stream of hatred towards Russia. I can't read that. It's very unfair towards the Russians and toward the country. And there is no sober, balanced approach here. So the main thing for us is not to get entangled in all those things. We have to remember that there were times when there were pauses in our relations, but they always renewed, and the border hasn't moved. Murmansk is still a borderline place and location. So all of us on both sides of the border understand that nobody has rejected the neighborhood, and we will survive through these times as well as we did before that, and the better times will come. And the main thing for us is to remember the history. So when the cooperation renews or starts, we have to do everything that we can in order to help them and assist them in renewing this cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for these wonderful words. And here, I think, well, on this wise thought, we will finish this section. We are now going to have a coffee break, which is going, well, we have discussed that. Are we going to have the mutual photo right now or at the beginning of the next session? So first, dear participants, please come here. Go down the aisle. We will stand for the photos. We will pose for the photos. And some of you can see it in the front rows. So the quicker we make the photo, the quicker you will have an opportunity to have the coffee break.
Денис Витальевич, мы продолжаем тогда? Ну, вот смотрите, можем начать в 40 минут, да? 40, да? Хорошо, давайте тогда. То есть получается сейчас еще 2 минутки.
Okay, we are going to start in 2 minutes.
Оля, а у нас на связи уже есть Ян Оберг? Все хорошо, да, получается. А остальные участники, там Юсуп Калаев, Янус? тематической конференции «Безопасность арктических рубежей».
Yes, we are continuing our conference about the security of Arctic frontiers, ecology, history, and images of your future. We are continuing our next session. It will be about the issues of peace, stability, and sustainable international development in the Arctic. So here we have lots of interesting presentations, both by speakers and experts. And this session, we will have Jan Åberg from Sweden to begin, Stockholm Institute of Peace Studies. He is the director of Transnational Fund of the Peace and Future Research. He is with us online. So Jan, please, if you can hear us, we are ready for your presentation in Murmansk.
So is this the moment for me to start? Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yes, please, welcome.
I'm Jan Åberg, Director of the Transnational Foundation for Peace and Future Research in Lund, Sweden. And I should perhaps, by way of introduction, tell you that I am not an expert on the Arctic, but I know a little bit about conflict resolution, conflict analysis, and I've been asked to speak about the likely consequences of Sweden's and Finland's future membership of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And I have also been asked to speak not too fast, which I have a tendency to do. So bear with me if it gets too fast, then just interrupt me. I think point one, it's very important in my view that this membership, I'm taking for granted now that it will take place, that this membership is a way to make both Finland and Sweden less secure. I'm of the opinion that borders are more peaceful if they are soft than if they are hard. And this is a way of hardening because you bring parties closer to the border or to the distinguishing line between parties which at the moment are in conflict with each other. So I think that goes with also saying that probably this is a way to abdicate parts of your sovereignty. I'm a Danish citizen and I have seen for many years what it means for Denmark, for instance, to basically not have an independent foreign policy, security policy formation, analysis, taking standpoints which might be different from NATO's and in particularly from the United States. So unfortunately, I think it's a group mentality. It's a kind of group think that is about the only thing we do not need at this moment in modern history. Point two, this full membership instead of partial or approach to coming closer to NATO, but the formal membership, of course, means obligations vis-a-vis Article 5 of the NATO treaty, which is that Sweden and Finland must come to the rescue and support any country in the alliance that may be a member of the alliance that may be attacked. So the question is also whether that would lead to Finland and Sweden at some point feeling morally or otherwise obliged to participate in US wars somewhere, because we're all well aware, I think, that NATO has long ago transgressed, particularly with the bombings of Yugoslavia 22 years ago, have transgressed its own mandate and treaty. Actually, it's violating it because it cannot do things outside its own membership circles. That means also perhaps hosting military bases, and it means that NATO nuclear powers might be taking nuclear weapons into harbors or whatever. I'm not sure they would station them permanently, but the answer would be, as we know, we neither confirm nor deny whether we have nuclear weapons with us. We know this because that discussion is going on in Denmark at the moment, because Denmark has accepted to have American bases, by the way, without consulting the parliament, to have bases, and it's obvious that the Americans are not going to answer questions like whether they have or don't have nuclear weapons with them. So this is again a way of hardening borders and increasing risks. And it's obvious that if you have a war, wherever American bases would be, NATO bases would be, there would definitely be a first targeting by Russia or whoever the opponent would be to incapacitate these military facilities. Point 3, this type of membership, it makes all kinds of confidence building measures that were possible with neutrality or non-alignment much, much more difficult, if not impossible. And that's particularly sad because Finland, and its president long ago, Urho Kekkonen, was an initiator of the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which were formidably important in the first Cold War as a tension reduction with its different baskets and negotiations and meetings, and it still exists. But that type of civilian consultative processes will be much more difficult with NATO basically running the show of Swedish and Finnish foreign and security policy. At least what you cannot do would be to go against the United States. So I have always been of the opinion that neutrality also increases the possibility for countries to be mediators. I know it's difficult for small countries to be mediators when the big elephants are having their fights. But if we take away all the neutrality and neutral countries, then that is going to be even more difficult. And that means we increase the risk that the whole policy will be militaristic rather than civilian. Point 4, I think it's reasonable to say the membership is a bizarre, strategically in terms of doctrine, a bizarre decision, let alone that it was taken in panic, let alone there was no people's referendum, let alone, or not to mention, the fact that in Sweden, 47% of the people were for membership. But that is way too little in my view. One should have 70, 75%, which Finland was close to, behind such an important decision. This is a lack of democracy, lack of pro and contra media debate, and there's never been made a really serious multidimensional analysis of membership, its pros and cons. It's nothing Sweden should be proud of in terms of democracy and people's participation and all these kinds of things. Well, the bizarreness of it is that everybody knows that even if Finland and Sweden were not full members of NATO, they would be used in a situation where NATO would define it as a crisis where they need to use that territory, those two territories. And years ago, Sweden agreed to have a host nation support agreement with the Americans so that the Americans could come in a crisis situation and use the Swedish territory. So one may ask, why on earth a full membership when you have already pleased the United States and NATO with the agreements you have made years ago? This is basically, to assure that Finland and Sweden would participate in foreign wars somewhere else, which is rather new, apart from the United Nations. Participation, it would be completely new and involve these two countries and things they should never have been involved in my view, and could have avoided being involved in. Point 5, I think it deserves to be said that since NATO is a nuclear weapons-based alliance, reserving its right to be the first user of nuclear weapons also against conventional attacks, because that is the American doctrine. And NATO has this wonderful, bizarre formulation on its homepage that we're all for nuclear abolition. But as long as there are nuclear weapons somewhere, we will keep NATO countries' nuclear weapons. That means since 2 of the countries are nuclear weapons countries, they will never go. So much for, respecting international law, which since last year in January with the abolition treaty clearly states that nuclear weapons should go. Now, the sad thing is that Finland and Sweden thereby take responsibility for weapons that are now defined to be in violation of international law, or if you will, criminal. Nuclear weapons are criminal, have always been. They are militarily stupid because you can't use the territory in which you have used nuclear weapons. They are immoral simply because they kill people, in numbers that nobody has a right to do. And third, they rest on a terrorist philosophy. Every country that has nuclear weapons rests on a nuclear terrorism philosophy. And terrorism, a major definition of terrorism is the deliberate killing to achieve a political goal of innocent civilians. And there's no way you can use nuclear weapons without that. That's why they must go. The sad thing is that Sweden and Finland used to be countries that spoke up against nuclearism, nuclear weapons, for nuclear proliferation treaty, and should have also argued for abolition. I mean, back to the days of Olof Palme, there were no discussions. Sweden worked for nuclear abolition or disarmament, general and complete disarmament in accordance with the United Nations. Sweden and Finland will not be able to do that in the future. So that's a co-responsibility for the worst weapons in the world, even if they are not used. So it's also a yes, point 6, it's a yes to militarism, to a militarist paradigm in which military, industrial, media, academic complex basically runs the show. I mean, the peace discourse in science, in media, and in politics have gone long ago. Nobody talks about peace anymore. The whole situation in and around the Russia-NATO conflict in Ukraine is an example of this. Where were the United Nations? Where were the international law? Where were the mediators? Where were things brought into play that could have stopped this terrible thing that we are seeing now? Also, who could have helped NATO not to expand? But that's not the theme of this little lecture. But it's a yes to militarism, to we use more weapons and they solve all the problems. This is about the closest you come to the eschatological thinking of Western culture, both the Eastern West and the Western West, and it will probably at some point kill us all. Because if you have nothing else but weapons in your toolbox, that is what you will use no matter what the problem is. It's utterly stupid, and it's an example of intellectual moral disarmament. And that is very, very dangerous when you combine it with military rearmament. And that's what NATO is doing now, outrageously strongly, and making an even more asymmetric conflict in terms of military expenditures with Russia. So that's very sad that, in my view, living in Sweden, that is Sweden's and Finland's decision against all kinds of reasonable public debate and reasonably broad, diverse analysis before you do it. 7, it will increase or legitimate more of the uniformity of media coverage, the mainstream media. We've already seen it, up to the decision made. And it will also, and I'm sad to say that, it will no doubt increase the hatred of everything Russia, everything Russian. And I regret it sitting here talking with you. I think it's awful. I'm ashamed of a culture that cannot operate with differences without hatred. But it's an old story. You need enemies. If you have an alliance, you cannot say they're all my friends. And that's also why Russia has never been let into NATO, although it has tried a number of times back to 1954. Finally, 8, that decision is very unfortunate in a larger civilizational perspective, because I don't think it's a secret anymore, maybe to the Americans themselves, but I don't think it's a secret anymore that the United States empire is on its way down. All empires decline and fall at some point. The Soviet Union did it earlier, the Britain did it, Roman did it, Ottoman Empire. I mean, all empires go up and they go down again. It's not more complicated than that. The question is how long and for what reasons. But the US empire that has dominated the world since 45 is in decline. Others are coming up. We are heading for a multipolar world. And by linking yourself so much, putting all your eggs in the NATO basket and the US Washington basket, you are making your own future, Sweden and Finland, much, much more tragic than it would otherwise have been. Because if you were wise today, you would walk on 2 legs. You would try, as the Finns did under Urho Kekkonen, with equidistance. You would develop your good relations with everybody outside the West, including, of course, China. And you would not ally yourself 110% with Washington, who is going to lose, and who will run confrontational policies, run confrontational policies everywhere it can, and has no positive vision left. This is obvious that there is a Cold War masterminded and financed by the United States. Our foundation has published 150 pages that documents it. And instead of getting into confrontation, we should get into communication and cooperation. Humanity has no future unless we can cooperate. Humanity has no future unless we can accept diversity, but create some kind of unity in diversity. So Sweden and Finland has, in a macro historical perspective, put itself among the restaurant guests on Titanic. And that is very sad. Everything else could have been done. Any intellectual, truly independent intellectual could have seen that this is where we're heading. I'm very sorry that the 2 countries are joining NATO. I'm of the opinion that NATO should be closed down and that we should create a new security and peace system in the wider European space. There's no discussion of it, and the fact that there's no discussion of it is an indicator of the intellectual disarmament I've talked about. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm honored and grateful to have been given the opportunity to speak to you, and I hope you're not disappointed that I did not talk about the Arctic, because I did not promise to do so. Thank you very much. Спасибо.
Ян, спасибо большое. Аплодисменты.
Thank you very much, Jan. Applause for you from our whole assembly hall. Thank you for the interesting, in-depth talk into the geopolitical history, because it is vitally important. We cannot see and view the Arctic separately from what is going on in the world. So now the floor is given to Ekaterina Serova. She represents the Faculty of International Relations of St. Petersburg University. She's going to talk about the, her point of view, I guess, also on the consequences of Finland and Sweden joining the NATO. NATO. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to speak in the same room with Mr. Oberg. I hope Mr. Oberg can hear me, as well as our international partner would speak about the, probably we will change the microphones because this one is not working properly. I will speak about the strict limitations which could be the result of Finland and Sweden deciding to join NATO. It was unexpected for many countries, including Russia, and for the researchers who had long relations, sustainable relations with their foreign partners. But the Finnish have a saying. Well, can we also switch my slides on? I have a set of photos, and I talked to the organizers for them to change the pictures while I'm talking. So I'm waiting for the screen share. Thank you very much. So I will skip some fundamental things and start with the practical things. The Finnish have a saying, if you want to join NATO, you should do it in good weather. The decision to turn so drastically 180 degrees should not have been taken in the crisis in the crisis period, and at the same time joining NATO will change the political map of Europe and will enhance the pressure in the relations between NATO and Russia. It's not obvious what instruments the organization, I mean, NATO is an organization in order to provide for the safety and security of Finland and Sweden. Apart from Article 5, which has been mentioned by Mr. Oberg, there are other instruments as well. They are diverse, and it's not quite clear what instruments they're going to use. These two countries have quite a lot of differences when we speak about strategic culture and the approaches to working out their defense plans. These countries are absolutely different even in the training workouts of NATO. So there are a lot of complications here which still cause a lot of questions. So long-term analysis is difficult to be made because there are still some questions, but I will try to speak about that. Let us first start with the nuclear umbrella. Well, who knows? Probably yes or no, more likely to be yes, because Northern Europe is one of the locations for the military planning for NATO. Sweden, at a certain point of time, was thinking or discussing placing some kind of weapons on their territory, considering the politics of the left-sided bloc, as well as Finland. They were skeptical about it. And there was a period of time when they were speaking about the nuclear-free zone on their territories, and there was much about the political decision on joining these countries on nuclear proliferation. So the agreement that came into force in 2021, Finland decided to abstain from the voting. Indeed, the decision to provide this nuclear-free zone in Finland and Sweden could clarify the situation and set the basis for somehow developing the relations with the Russian Federation. But we can say that we have been lied to, because the resources of the northern countries, for example, of Sweden, they have enough resources to, for example, to make a nuclear bomb. We remember that at a certain period of time in the history, lithium was found in the waters of Carlsbad and Marienbad, and lithium is a key component for making nuclear weapons. Well, not actually lithium itself, but the byproducts of it being exposed to radiation. And there are also uranium ores, and they provided Sweden with the second position in the nuclear power rating. And the topic of nuclear power for Finland and Sweden is very much politicized, but the situation is getting changed, because when the right-sided powers came to power, as a result of the parliamentary election in September 2022. And, well, the movement of the country towards NATO, the situation is going to change as well as it is going to be in Finland, because they're going to have parliamentary elections in April 2023. But still, we see that the coalition of right-winged powers is, going ahead of the left-winged ones by 5%, for example. And, well, also it should be noted that today's situation is very much like the period of the Cold War. For example, 10 years ago, a Swedish journalist, Mikael Holmström, published a book about the safety policy of Sweden when he spoke about the neutrality during the period of war was a kind of an opium for the citizens, and he said it not in vain. Apart from Sweden, Finland, for example, back in the 1960s or 70s, had some trainings concerning the period if, for example, nuclear weapons were used. They stimulated they simulated this kind of nuclear weapons, and, well, they carried out different things concerning that. So now they have the nuclear potential. I'm going mostly to speak about Sweden here because Finland has not these resources. They don't have similar scenarios to what they had back in the 20th century, but probably we do not know some things, and they are not discussed in the media, for example. There are also some differences in the strategic culture of both countries. And here the behavioral line of NATO is quite vivid. For example, Sweden is prepared to allow fighter planes to their aerial territory. They were used in Vietnam, for example, and Yugoslavia. If we look at the territories of Finland and Sweden, we will see that they're in the Arctic zone. We will recollect the situation with Vietnam, where some terrible weapons were used in Vietnam, like napalm, and we see the result because many people have serious diseases as a result of all those weapons used. Well, the trees definitely grew anew, but, well, there were a lot of consequences for the people. As for the Arctic, we have to remember that the ecosystem here is very fragile. If military action starts here, if all the military power is used here, we understand that the Arctic will suffer. The situation will be completely different from what happened in Vietnam. That is why we are studying the Arctic so much, concerning the support and the protection of the Arctic ecosystems, unlike the other regions. If we look at the activities of the Arctic Council, we can say that actually that is what they have been doing. And definitely, if Sweden and Finland join NATO, it will affect the regional formats of military cooperation. It is connected with the format where 5 northern countries cooperate, and it will also, so 5 lateral cooperation, and it will also affect bilateral cooperation between, for example, Finland and Sweden, and so on. There are some cases of cooperation between the countries. There are some examples. And again, Finland and Sweden joining NATO, it will affect the defense cooperation of both countries. There have not been visible results in practice, and the institutional basis for this type of cooperation hasn't been worked out. There are no agreements between the countries that can set out a set of rules and responsibilities and certain procedures of cooperation. It does not refer separate things or declarations that we sometimes hear from some politicians. And as a result, there were no definite aims for short-term or long-term planning. of such kind of cooperation. Again, nowadays it is impossible to somehow coordinate the plans for the northern countries because they have their own approach to that. They have their own approach to planning strategic defense. Until now, it wasn't possible, but if they join NATO, our northern neighbors will have an opportunity to work out a mutual strategic defense plan protecting the Scandinavian peninsula. And well, analyzing the sources that we see, we can understand that Pentagon will help them in planning all this. If you, for example, look at some declarations, like the declaration of the representatives of Norwegian Defense Association in 2022 in the summer, we can see that they are appealing to Finland, Sweden, and Denmark to check their military potential and work out their mutual strategic defense plan for the protection of Scandinavian peninsula. And again, the new ambassador of Norway in Moscow, who was appointed last week, who has quite a lot of experience in such issues as nuclear safety. Who knows? Probably this time all those appeals will be met. And I will move on to the next thing. Yes, thank you. No doubt, we have to mention that joining NATO will renew Finland's and Sweden's postponed deals concerning bilateral cooperation of these countries with the United States, such as buying American fighter planes, F-35, or Hornet, or others. We know about such deals, but that is only the top of the iceberg that we can see. Because speaking about bilateral cooperation of Finland and Sweden with the USA, there have been several projects that were postponed or didn't get any funding for different reasons. For example, in 2009, there was some kind of work on agreement concerning missiles, and they started with the type of JASSM missiles. The first lot came to the country in 2012, and we know that these missiles can reach, for example, St. Petersburg. They can reach the Kola Peninsula, though, we know that there are other Russian missiles on the Kola Peninsula which can actually go further than those American ones. And we can say that our missiles cover almost all the Finnish territory. So such missiles are considered and are discussed as a kind of a protection against Russia even until 2007 or 2008. Another moment that we have to take into consideration, another thing, that is the deal on concerning buying F-35. If we talk about this, we might come to the conclusion that our northern neighbors are now working on substituting one type of firefighters with other firefighters. And by getting newer and more powerful ones, we see that it looks like this aviation can probably protect the country in case it needs protection for defense. but it well doesn't coincide with the long-term traditions that the Finns, for example, used to have concerning protecting their own territory with their own abilities and funding this kind of military protection, for example, is about half of the whole military protection fund in Finland. At the same time, these tendencies cannot be left without our notice, because it all coincides with the plans that have been worked out beyond the ocean in 1945 and 1949. At least I remember about 3 plans like that. And all of them, somewhere at the very beginning, included some strategic aviation, which had to deal with the critical infrastructure objects. So speaking here, the strengthening of aviation component can be understood. And I'm now coming to the conclusion here. I would like to speak about the climatic consequences of using the fighter planes. The technical possibilities of the new type of planes actually has to be taken into consideration when we speak about the greenhouse effects and the exhaust fumes and how it is going to affect the atmosphere throughout the whole cycle of the plane. So, for example, some Finnish scientists are speaking about the overall exhaust of CO2 equivalents is around 770 or 800 million kilograms per year. So the carbon footprint will be the highest throughout the recent 5 years. And later, after, in the next period, the overall exhaust will be about 300 million kilograms per year. I'm speaking about CO2 equivalent within the next 10 years. And then the period of 2040 up to 2049 or 2050, there will be a modernization of the life cycle of those planes. And to sum up, I would like to say that the technological dependence of Finland and Sweden on the United States will only grow, and it is connected with the fact that the fighter planes that were bought from the Soviet period, they could be quite eco-friendly, and they didn't have to be used to a great degree. But the modern ones depend very much on the emittent, the production country, and the seller. So we can say that you can rule it from beyond the Atlantic. Thank you very much, Ekaterina. So you managed to tell us very interesting facts. It's so professional and so interesting and exciting. The things that you are mentioning, they're a little bit shocking, but we have to know about it. And we continue to listen to the experts. Again, I have to remind our experts that you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation. And we have Yusuf Kalaev, who is the representative of Muslim community in Oslo, Norway. So Yusuf, if you hear us, just let us know. We are ready to listen to you.
Юсупа пока не будет.
Так, идем.
We don't have Yusuf yet. Okay, let's go on. Now we have Yulia Bardeleva. Okay, from Murmansk Arctic University. She is the candidate of historical science. And the topic of your speech is taking into consideration the experience of
interconfessional relations as the basis of providing safety and security in the region. Well, taking into consideration the fact that I have only 10 minutes, I will try to speak very quickly about my presentation. We have been speaking about international problems and interpolitical problems, but another problem that we have to speak about is the formation of this religious tolerance, interconfessional relations that deals with different issues to do with religion and interconfessional relations and communication. Sometimes in some international international issues agenda, we forget about them, and actually it often leads to the escalation of some problems that we come across. It very often leads to different extremist movements developing. So I want you to pay attention to what we have here in the region, the Murmansk region first of all, but also the whole Barents region, and we have to remember about that. So what I mean by some religious safety. First of all, that is the equal rights for people of different confessions. They have to have freedom of religious and religion and freedom of conscience. And at the same time, it has to be the protection of the personal interests against the extremism and all kinds of aggression. This problem can be solved both on the regional and national level. So we know that the Constitution provides us with the guarantees for that since 1993. Our Constitution protected us from different groups which could seem strange. And we had a variety of them entering our country because there was some kind of religious vacuum, ideological vacuum because of the disintegration of the Soviet Union. So they led to some propaganda and they was aggressive in some ways. In order to stop all those conflicts in 1995, a special committee is established. The president heads it, and it meets quite often. The heads of our government come there, meet and discuss different issues of interconfessional dialogue and interconfessional cooperation. For example, when it dealt with the Syrian issue. And definitely we have the federal law, which was issued in 1997 on the freedom of conscience. So it has to deal with the national identity, confessional identity, and the equal rights for representatives of all kinds of religious and, well, people who are not religious as well. In 2022, according to the statistical data, we found out that 68% of people in Russia consider themselves Orthodox Christians, 1% Protestants, 6% Muslims, and so on. So there were also people who did not speak about any religion at all. There are also some other types of data provided for us, but we can see that, well, the difference between them is not that big, like Catholicism representatives and so on. Like about 15% are non-religious, for example, in some other data. So what we have here in our region, well, first of all, it has to do with our history, first of all, with our indigenous people, with their worshipping of the nature. At the same time, these are the transformations that we can see, which are connected with Orthodox diaspora, because starting with the 16th century, the Orthodox diaspora appeared here. It is somehow connected with the politics as well, because the territory became the part of the country. It also the new issues that appeared in the 19th century, with our neighbors, the interaction between Lutherans and Catholicism, Protestantism, and so on. We can see that there has been some interaction between different confessions here. It is connected with the foreign affairs politics. Well, but the First World War, we have a new confessional face of the region. We have Baptists, Jehovah's, and Muslims coming here to start the construction of the regional infrastructure. During the Soviet period, we became equal. Or we can say that we were not equal in front of the law, because this confessional thing was stopped, and it produced this vacuum. So what can it lead to? We had several confessions, and somewhere in the 1990s, a lot of new confessions appeared. Some of them are well known both in Russia and abroad. You can see some Oriental ones, Christian ones, Muslim ones, and so on. And that is the rehabilitation of the position that Orthodox religion had on the territory of the Kula North. But there were some new destructive approaches. For example, in 1994, the Uns Enriqueo, some Satanists appeared. Their activities were stopped by the police. And then the new streams appeared. For example, different kinds of churches appeared as well. And in 2012, we can say that about half of the citizens of our region are, well, religious ones, but they belong to different confessions. There is a peculiarity of the Kola North, and well, we can say that we are quite indifferent to religions. Less problems, less issues to solve here. But at the same time, this quiet and calm, well, leads us to the fact that we forget about different destructive and aggressive communities. Here we can say that we are quite peaceful with the Muslim community. Sometimes the Muslim communities are seen as some kind of a factor when we speak about instability in the region. But in our region, there are about 10 organizations that are registered, the classical ones belonging to Islam. And they appear on the territory of different settlements, such as Alexandrovsk or Severomorsk, because this is the religious education of people who, who are Muslims, and it stops them from joining, for example, sometimes some aggressive confessions or some extremist confessions, and we have to understand that. At the same time, we can say that we have precedents connected with different conflicts. Jehovah's Witnesses and this organization has been banned in Russia since 2017. But well, they were like kind of protesting organizations, but they appeared in different cities and settlements of the region and underwent some kinds of the authorities. And again, Dianetics and Ron Hubbard do not associate themselves with the religious, but still influence the minds of the people very much. Another center, Resurrection it's called, it's a new center that appeared on the territory of Ukraine, right-winged, very extremist in their views. They appeared in our region and led to some kind of violation of all types of legislation, like drug dealing, frauds, and so on and so forth. They promised people to resurrect their dead relatives and helping children in different competitions. They were very much observed by the authorities of the region, and their activities were stopped. And something new paganry, another Orthodox kind of Orthodox confession, it's not well, it's a kind of a pagan group. But this group has a kind of like symbols that is very much like the Nazi symbols. I'm not going to show what they have. They use the swastika, for example. And actually, some people were active participants of that structure, but the organization, the activities of the organization were stopped again. How shall we fight that? Well, first of all, we have to educate people. The more you know, the easier it is for you to solve the problem. Like if you know something, you have the necessary weapons to fight something. We have to tell people about the traditional confessions. We have to organize, we are going to have, for example, different strategic sessions in our Arctic State University, which are aimed at educating people. Different programs on counteracting extremism and terrorism, and different representatives of the confessions where they're going to speak about their activities. That is trying to explain what those destructive groups are. And definitely the police have to be very active here as well. They have to follow them, they have to check them, they have to control the system of registration for such groups, and thus affect the well-being of the region. And I want to say that, well, we didn't used to have any trans-border conflicts, which were bright ones, and the proximity of the borders of Finland and Sweden, and Norway, I'm sorry, has been well, the basis of a good neighborhood, and our religious communities have always had nice, friendly relations. So confession is very often the source of a peaceful solution to some issues. So if we continue working on that, we will manage to hold the status of a peaceful, religiously, I mean, and confessionally region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yulia. A very unexpected aspect, I must say, during our discussion, but it's actually very useful and interesting. I hope you told us some interesting information, and you said very important things. That you can solve any problem if you are armed with knowledge, first of all, and armed with the proper education. When you have all the necessary arguments to well, to speak to your like opponent, for example, yeah, or your ideological opponent, when you know what to say and how to say it and how to explain something. And first of all, we are speaking here about the youth, because the youth are the, well, the most vulnerable part of our citizens. They easily follow such groups or some ideas when they do not realize fully the harm of those groups. It's not only about the symbols. And when they are under the influence of those groups, it is difficult to get them back.
Okay, we go on, and we have with us Janos Putkanen, a journalist and director. He should be with us online. Janos, can you hear us? Are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Let's see that the video connection is on. Like now it should be there. Yes.
Yes, we can see you. Greetings from Murmansk. Nice to see you.
Thank you for your invitation to a timely and important conference in Murmansk, where I had a great pleasure and honor of visiting at the recent Arctic Council conference and getting to know for the first time the beautiful city of Murmansk and an area of particular importance of the whole Northern Europe. I really fell in love with Murmansk and the people I met there. I am a Finnish editor, analyst, and director of the Finnish patriotic movement, Janos Putkanen. I have been working in the defense of the geopolitical information war, and since the beginning of 2015, I've been living here in Donbas, in the front line of the Ukrainian civil war in the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics, which has escalated into an even greater geopolitical conflict by 2022. Today, we are discussing disturbing eastward expansion of NATO, which has posed a growing security threat to Russia in Europe, not only in the wake of the 2014 Ukrainian coup on the country's western borders, but also now on the northern borders of Russia. As we know, the border between Finland and Russia were presented to the world during the Cold War as a border of peace, but the situation has changed radically during the past decade. In 2014, as means of reaction fueled by the tragic events in Ukraine and the unjustified blaming Russia for them, influenced by the propaganda of the Western mainstream media, Finland signed the NATO host nation agreement at the summit in Wales under the leadership of President Sauli Niinistö, with the signature of the commander of the Finnish Defense Forces. This signature, according to American strategists, made Finland part of shadow NATO controlled by the United States. Military alliance conducted in violation of Finnish laws and constitution were deepened over the years through bilateral military agreements with all leading NATO countries. As soon as the NATO host nation agreement was signed, official Finland took an active role in Operation Atlantic Resolve, which was adopted in Washington at the same time and given to NATO at the beginning of 2015, and its regional implementation, which is the background for the military engagement of the Western military alliance against Russia. The West's military campaign was launched with war propaganda created from Ukraine, claiming that Russia was an aggressive force, first in Kiev and later in Crimea and Donbass. Following the West's final rejection of the Minsk agreement, Russia was finally forced to intervene in the civil war in Ukraine at the end of February 2022, especially in the order to prevent the new large-scale genocide in Donbass supported by NATO in order to counter the invasion of the large nationalist forces, which began on 17th February 2022 and was defined to launch with its full force according to the documents recovered from the NATO computer in Mariupol on 8th of March. Russia's special military operation, which prevented the repeat of the 2014 genocide and stopped the invasion forces in Ukraine, was portrayed in Finland war propaganda as an unprovoked aggression. The events in Ukraine have been the permanent leading excuse for NATO expansion to Finland and thus to the entire Arctic region. Finland has lost its independence through European Union, and the Finns are completely irrelevant to the geopolitical strategies of the West. As we understand, in the view of Western power, Finland is actually Murmansk, St. Petersburg, and Kaliningrad. We are all aware of what's Finland's dangerous geopolitical offside position today, in which endangers Russians and Finns in the wide-scale anti-Russian offensive. It must be understood that an illegal, unconstitutional, and totally undemocratic NATO coup took place in Finland in May 2022. The military coup done by the West and the territorial occupation of Finland by NATO forces during the summer of 2022 were carried out with the help of a state government that sought hegemony in the West and was committed to the agenda of globalism, contrary to national and regional interests. The Finnish people were not given opportunity to influence the final transfer of geopolitical decision-making power away from Helsinki to the supranational elites and institutions of the West. Supported by fast globalist-dominated opinion polls in the mainstream media, the application for membership of NATO was the end of an 8-year-long NATO process that made Finland a vassal state under Western control, whose main task is to create a military threat from Finland under the leadership of the Nazi-style Gauleiters under the leadership of NATO against Russian people and the region. Since the beginning of 2022, NATO has been fighting Russia until the last Ukrainian. And the realities now suggest that we will next face something that President Vladimir Putin warned Finns about back in 2012 when he visited Finland. NATO is willing to fight to the last Finn. I am sorry that today rapidly growing regional security threat, which is directed particularly towards Murmansk and the Arctic region, comes from Finland. It has to be said that today's Finland is no longer in any way the country where I was born and grew up in. For the past 30 years, Finland has been deprived of independence, and Finns have been committed to supranational and undemocratic agendas of globalism, which have little or no support among the Finnish people. While Russia has offered the world the opportunity for development and roadmap to a multipolar world in accordance with the UN Charter, and has brought together in support of its geopolitics outlined by Yevgeny Primakov and successfully implemented by President Putin, several major powers and up to 80% of the world's citizens, Finland is committed to the hegemony of the one world government, which is the Western elite are aiming to impose on the whole Russian world. On behalf of the Finnish patriots who are aware of the facts and realities of both the relations between Finland and Russia and the events of the war in Ukraine and the true nature of the conflict, I would like to apologize to the Russian for the current escalation situation in the direction of Finland. We know as a fact that to this day and over the past 30 years, when internationally binding neighborhood agreement has been enforced between Finland and Russia, Russia has never ever threatened Finland or Finnish national interests. Never, not once. We know that the Russians have not done anything against Finns that would justify the concentration of NATO forces against Russia on Finnish territory. Russophobia, fomented by the West-led regime and the mainstream media, the attack on the economic warfare, Finland's political provocations and military actions, even criminal false flag attacks such as the strikes on the Nord Stream gas pipelines in the Baltic Sea are part of the confrontation escalated by the West. As we know, one of the main reasons why Russia was forced to carry out military intervention in Ukraine was the nuclear weapons, what Kiev wanted on its territory, which created a real threat to Russian national security. A similar acute threat is also growing in Finland, as Prime Minister Sanna Marin's globalist administration is today openly expressing an interest in concentrating nuclear weapons in Finland by the United States and NATO. The geostrategic importance of the Russian Northern Fleet and Kola Peninsula to Russian defense is well known to us. So a cross-border regional patriotic peaceful work and citizen diplomacy in Murmansk and in the Arctic is more important now than perhaps ever before. There is a reality that the only way to put an end to the arbitrariness is to stop it. Russia is a real superpower and there is no military solutions against it. This understanding has been obscured by the huge anti-Russian war propaganda that has continued to rage in Finland since 2011 Russian parliamentary elections. At the same time, led by the Reuters, news has been recent years created a false propaganda about Finland as the happiest nation in the world. Why? What is now thought to be happiest people in the world, Finland, as a perfect sacrificial lamb, is being driven by NATO to commit a national suicide against the Russian armed forces without any rational justification. I hope that the patriots defending our peoples in Finland and Russia will succeed in blocking and rejecting the plans of the Western strategists after the coup in Helsinki, just as the patriots were able to resist in Donbas after the coup in Kiev. In this justified resistance, we, the patriots, have a duty to do our best for each other and not against anyone. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое, Янус. Вот вы слышите аплодисменты, которые...
Thank you, Yanis. The applause goes to you. Thank you very much for being the real patriot, first of all, of Finland, because you are the person who understands well enough that only by building partnership relations, respectful relations, we can come to peace and well-being. And definitely what you have been talking, well, it proves that there are people, thinking logically, sober ones, who understand that this anti-Russia xenophobia that is going down onto our heads from the representatives of different countries, it has no ground whatsoever, because here, when we speak about people, there is an absolutely different understanding of the situation. And now we move on. We have Johan Beckman, a publicist who is in Finland now. He is also from Helsinki. He's joining us from there. So Johan, if you hear us, we are ready to listen to you.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день.
Distinguished colleagues, my name is Johan Beckman. I am the Finnish politologist and an expert. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. Actually, my office is situated in Rovaniemi, so it's not far from Russia, not far from Murmansk. I would like to say a few words about the situation today and the perspective of our cooperation with you. Definitely, I think that we have together do our best in order to improve our relations and cooperation, to develop our cooperation. I want to remind you that Finland now is actually, well, it is actually forbidden in Finland for the scientists to somehow cooperate with the Russian colleagues. For example, my university, Helsinki University, officially banned any contacts on the side of our scientists with the Russian ones, with their Russian colleagues. So this is the official ban. And it's a typical case for many companies, this isolation of Russia by the Western world. So it is shocking and it is sad that it is happening, but we have alternative plans and alternative possibilities. We can definitely develop together our cooperation with you, and we have to do it together. I myself am actually acting against the instructions that we were given, but we have to understand that, well, the situation in the West and the situation in Finland, what is it like? We are actually, well, prosecuted in some way. Or there was an initiative, a legal initiative to devoid the scientists who well support the Russian military operation in Ukraine, to devoid them of all their scientific regalia. It was a serious thing that they came up with. So in fact, it was like devoiding people of those who actually do protect Russia, or do support Russia. So those who are pro-Russian will have to be somehow, well, punished, we can say, yeah? So that is what the government of Finland came up with. This legislation was proposed in March this year, and they worked with it for quite a long time. And finally, in September, they decided luckily to postpone it, or actually to stop this initiative, because they talked to all the universities and to universities and different establishments, educational and scientific establishments in Finland. So they spoke to the scientific society, and they were very much against that. Well, it's a crazy initiative. You can do things like that, like when you devoid a person of their scientific regalia because of the politics. It's, well, if you do things like that, okay, then you can continue in a similar way in other different areas. So this was something shocking. That is actually an example of what is happening in our world nowadays. I have seen, some of, well, I saw in your program, I saw Mika Fleet in your program. I think Mika is now in Rovaniemi. He has an office not far from me, because, well, actually it's a kind of a village, a settlement. So he's not far from me. So we can say that all the Finns are together here. I hope that he will have an opportunity to participate. What can we do? Well, there are civil initiatives, the so-called civil diplomacy, people-to-people diplomacy. We can develop it. We can look at our relations and look into the future. In any case, we have to normalize our relations, both Finnish-Russian bilateral cooperation, and we have to think about the future to see what is going to happen in the next 5 or 10 years. This terrible anti-Russian xenophobia, this agenda, gives not much space for such initiatives for us. But, well, one solution might be tourism. There has been a tourist project and Janusz Putkanin is one my good friend and colleague, was the initiator of the project. It was the train of friendship, and many Finnish people came to St. Petersburg. Well, it was not long ago, and Janusz Putkanin has a similar project to bring some Finnish people to you. I mean, not to university, but to Murmansk. Just a second. I have a cat assistant and she's preventing me from talking. So that is a very good initiative. So tourist is one of the ideas that is developing tourism. At the same time, there has to be a series of scientific projects. We have to continue cooperation in research with those who can do that in Finland. But I must say, we are in very harsh conditions. Only those who are sober, those who are quite rich, because if you have enough money, you will manage to survive in Finland, because otherwise, you will be kind of liquidated, because you see the scientists have somehow financially to survive. They have families, they have loans to buy houses, they have to pay for that. And there is an effective mechanism. A person will be fired. Like I will remind you again about this idea to devoid people of their scientific regalia, those pro-Russian scientists. So people might lose their jobs. So the situation is really complicated, and many people cannot speak in order to protect Russia. They try to keep silent. They don't come. They don't say anything. So because they are kind of frightened. And even if somebody does speak and does want to cooperate, to participate in some conference, for example, like I'm doing it now, or there will be a kind of a revengeful campaign against this person. So it might be possible that this person will be fired. So we can say that there is this anti-Russian xenophobic totalitarianism, because our government is speaking about building a fence on the border with Russia. It's an absolutely mad idea that they came up with. Now, at least they came to some consensus to build a part of the fence. So probably I think, I don't know why they have to build this part of the fence, probably just to bring a journalist there and to make a video about that. And well, even our government understands that Russia is not threatening Finland in any way, and our border is our border, and we hope that we will continue cooperation in the future, and probably in the nearest future, in the framework of different new projects, in order to normalize the situation. And as I have mentioned, there is a very successful sphere which has been developing, that is history, the history of the Great Patriotic War, both for the Finns and for the Russians. It has been an important issue of research. We wanted to understand each other. We wanted to understand why it happened like it did back then in the past. And for example, we have had some cooperation with Petrozavodsk University. We were researching the Finnish occupation in Karelia, and in St. Petersburg we had a project which dealt with the participation of the Finnish soldiers in in Leningrad blockade. So I would like to continue this topic of researching history, and I will do my best in order to continue that, because it is important for us to continue the cooperation between historians, especially the young ones, because though all of us are young, in our hearts, but the youth, the postgraduate students, the students are our future, and they have to understand the peculiarities of our cooperation with our Russian partners. So historiography is an important sphere to discuss. We have some projects to deal with that. So both these and other spheres have to be developed. Again, I am really grateful for your invitation. and I hope I will probably have an opportunity to see you because I am not far from Murmansk. Well, it could be good to find Mikov Luta because, well, I think he might also be an active participant of, but he's a party member, but probably there is something to do with that because party members try to be silent as they are told to. Or they are told what to say, what they want them to say. But there are positive aspects I am going to speak about. One of them is the possibility, a big possibility of Finland never being a NATO member. I hope you all know that Finland applied to Brussels, to NATO, in order to become the NATO member. And we are waiting, the country is waiting for the, for the decision taken. And they asked 30 countries for the permission to join NATO, but they never asked people of Finland, their own people, whether they wanted to become the members of NATO. We have never been pro-NATO. We have never supported and would never support such a decision. So our government decided not to ask us, but they asked other countries about that. As far as I remember, Turkey and, Turkey is blocking this process. So hopefully Finland will not become a member of NATO. So in the nearest 5 or 10 years, it could be good. So some positive news about that. Thank you very much for, giving your attention to me. I hope we will keep in touch and thank you for the interesting conference. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Johan, for your interesting presentation. And thank you you have great Russian. And of course, also wish you just keep working. It's not so easy for you to be under this kind of pressure. And it's, of course, not everyone can cope with it. So I wish you all the strength. And now I would like to take the next presentation in this session. We have Yusuf Kalaev, representative of Oslo Muslim community. So he is ready to join us online. So if you are with us, please. Just a minute.
Итак, готов Юсуп, да?
Okay, Yusuf is ready.
Юсуп, мы вас приветствуем.
So yes, Yusuf, greetings from Murmansk, from all the participants of today's conference. And we are ready to hear your opinion about, everything, what is going on in Europe, in the North.
Вы слышите нас, Юсуп?
Can you hear us, Yusuf?
Да-да-да, вы нас слышите, мы вас слышим.
We can hear, I guess we can hear you.
Да, пожалуйста, говорите, пожалуйста, мы вас слышим.
Okay, yes, we can hear you a little bit.
Ну, во-первых, мы вас приветствуем.
Yes, greetings from Murmansk. And as far as I understand, you wanted also to greet the participants of our conference and say something. Do you have something to say? Hello. Yes, greetings as well. You asked, yes, you asked. Yes, you have prepared some speech for the conference. You have something to say, I guess. Okay. Okay, someone is calling. Okay, maybe we could. Okay, that's some bad connection. With
Он по телефону или он выйдет на связь? А, только телефонная связь.
Okay, yes, we only have Yusuf by phone, so that's why it's a bad connection. I see.
Да, Юсуп Альбекович. Да, снова слышим вас. Сорвался еще раз. Да, мы вас слышим хорошо. Да, ну вопрос я не слышал. Юсуп Альбекович, расскажите, пожалуйста, что вы...
Can you repeat the question? So what do you think, the question is, what do you think about the current situation between the relations between Russia and Norway? And well, if you have any challenges as a representative of someone who moved out of Soviet Union, so how is the Muslim community is living in Oslo now? Yeah, greetings from us. But since you're having a conference, well, of course, as representatives, and we are Russian, we have Russian passports, Russian citizens, so we also see the same and feel the same as everybody else. And the situation is, yes, I would like to have a more transparent and a better situation than what we are having now. So everything is interconnected, no matter what they say, it's related, it's connected. All the states are related both in business and in general in their life. So, for example, in Norway, in the Murmansk, for example, there are lots of mixed families, Russian, Norwegian families. So we would like to see better situation, to see more transparent situation, to have friendship and agreement and not confrontation. So that's what we believe. Yes, thank you so much. And talking about Russian Norwegian families, could you say something about juvenile justice that you have been, yes, juvenile justice, as we all know, in all the world, they were condemning it because all the democratic states, they have condemned juvenile justice. And European Union has also, it is called Barnevan, or it's like social and family services. So we would like to have better rules, better systems there, because in Russia, as they say, when you are cutting down the forest, you get lots of stick around, and people are getting touched by that. So at least they should think like in the ground, where do people come from, what's the situation is like, because they know that Chechenians coming to Norway and to Europe in general, that we have moved not because it was not our decision, but it was so that we moved out of a conflict situation, and we were accepted as like we came from California. And we hope that cooperation in the future, we will be able to cooperate with a few states, but they started doing this kind of job now. But of course, we would like the situation to be better. That's what I wanted to say, yes. Because we said that in Murmansk, we have 5 organizations, like Muslim organizations in Murmansk region, that support the studies of traditional Islam. Do you know anything about them? Yes, we know that in Murmansk there is a Muslim community, but we have never had any conflicts with or contacts with them. Maybe in the future we will get their contacts. So we can say that you wish to cooperate despite, yeah, yes, of course. Yes, sure. Yes, we wish to, well, yes, why not? Why not keep contact with them? Not only like Muslim organizations, but any kind of organizations. Yes. Yes, we hope that there is a mutual desire, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, yes, thank you. Bye bye. Yes, that was Yusuf Kalaev. So applause to him, a representative of Muslim community in Oslo. And what was said by Yusuf, we've heard that because the key word here is peace and building good neighborly relations and respectful relations. So the work on this section ends here, and we continue to the next section, which is the actual issues of the history of Arctic. And I would like to give the floor to Yulia Bartileva. So I give her my moderator's place.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to, well, to change such a wonderful moderator. I hope we will continue in the same way. So we have been talking about the modern evaluation, modern situation evaluation, and now we are going to move on to the historical part. And if you look at the history as a scientific course or a scientific topic, I think that the most important functions of it are just retaining the historical memory and the upbringing function, because behind all those numbers that we have, there are people's tragedies, people's fates, and people's successes. So when we speak about some situations in the modern world, we can see the sources of all those situations in the history, because there are many questions concerning Russia's presence in the Arctic, or who can, well, be considered as like historically grounded presence in the Arctic. So here we might be aided by the data that is provided by historians. So I'm glad to start this session by giving the floor to several of our presenters. I hope they are all here offline. They are Denis Moiseev, the head of the Murmansk regional division of the Russian Geographical Society. Then there is Sergei Gorcherov, the council member of the Russian Geographical Society, and Sergei Zinchenko, the also a member of the Russian Geographical Society, and they are going to present their overviews of the results of the routes of the first explorers as a result of the complex expedition of the Northern Fleet and Russian Geographic Society to the Novaya Zemlya in July-August 2022. So the floor is yours. You're welcome. Good afternoon. I was actually planning to be the last one before the coffee break, but they asked me to be the first one. So our expedition, the one that I'm going to speak about, the expedition of the Ministry of Defense to the island Yuzhny of the Novaya Zemlya archipelago was carried out within the framework of a project and was dedicated to 200 years of one of the initiators of the Russian Geographical Society. So according to our plan, there were several regions, 7 regions actually of our exploration. The route that we planned was 1,400 miles. The main stage of our expedition started in July, August 2022. On the 27th of July, we had been preparing for that for quite a long time. And well, I even tried to compare it with Sedov's expedition, but well, luckily we started and we made it successful. So we started on the 27th of July and went to the Novaya Zemlya archipelago. Our tasks were to monitor different historic and archaeological monuments and objects, such as the cultural heritage objects, on the territory of the aqua body of Novaya Zemlya. Our focus of attention was the southern part of the archipelago. We also went to the eastern part of the archipelago. I must say that this part is very much inhabited. We found a lot of different landings. We carried out a thorough exploration of those objects and made some photos of the monuments. We also were lucky to find some new objects, such as, well, the landing, that we found. Several parallel groups managed to do the exploration of that. And we found it and established it. Then there was a series of monuments that we found on the Dravinoy Cape, because before that I had been a member of the expedition and was there, and we didn't find those monuments or those objects, I would say. As a result of our expedition, we are hoping to prepare a list of documents and reports. The members of the expedition were looking for different artifacts which are connected with the history of Arctic exploration, and the result was finding about 30 historic artifacts. They are different types connected with everyday life of the people who lived there, such as like the one that you can see in the picture in 1732. There was a wooden wheel, for example, from a cannon. I want to speak about it in more details. That was the day when we found this wheel in July 2022. We actually went there on the expedition, and that was the place where we celebrated the 75th anniversary of our Geographical Society division. And I must say that this finding of this wheel was very symbolic for us. And there have been different mentions of sailing boats, and we found some information that there had been some problem with the vessel, and we hope that we would find something. Then we also found a cross that was established during one of the early expeditions in 1838. All the artifacts this year were handed over to the Murmansk division of the Russian Geographic Society so that they can analyze them and send them to corresponding museums. Together with the military representatives, there were researchers who carried out a list of different geophysical exploration. For example, we found some seismic samples. So it means that seismic activity is also possible in the future, because the historic seismic activity was about 8 to 10 points. So we have to do something about the seismic sustainability of this area. We also carried out different microseismic exploration. and collected the data which might be really useful in the further exploration of the possible seismic ridges. You can see how we did them, and you can see some seismic changes in these slides. Well, so we were the first ones to do this. Before that, well, we didn't get any results, so very nice results we have now. As for biological exploration, we carried out different kind of explorations too much. I'm sorry, I have to go back to one slide. We explored the fauna in the open part of the Barents Sea, and we found some interesting routes which could be used in order to explore some information about birds, including those from the Red Book. And we also found mute swan in some areas. We also collected some samples of plants for radionuclides and other purposes. As a result of finding some landings and anchorages, we carried out oceanographic explorations, and one of my colleagues is going to speak about it in more details. That is Denis Moiseev. And within the framework of the geographic exploration, we carried out measuring the depths for different sea routes, the landscape of the bottom in order to find out whether there were any submerged objects, and checking geodesic points in order to find out in what condition they were. We also checked different points and buoys and so on. We checked the hydrological regime, collected some statistical data in order to coordinate the information that we have and introduce the necessary corrections. As a result, we obtained a lot of mapping material in order to introduce some corrections into the new innovative maps and into some manuals which might be used in future to meet different needs. Apart from the exploration activities, the expedition carried out some other functions, those dealing with memorial ones. For example, we participated in the opening ceremony of a monument to those who were on board the trawler 65. They saved the transport from a German torpedo, and also there was a memorial service in memory of 5 Soviet soldiers, and there was a burial for them. I want to say that during the operation of the exploration, we carried out different explorations. We obtained unique data. We evaluated the situation with different historical monuments and historical objects, and now we are planning to continue working in a similar way. We hope to achieve our aims. We have a lot of aims to reach, and we have a plan of perspective work for the year 2023. And by the end of 2022, we have to systematize all the data and get the necessary reports. Thank you very much. And well, we have a short video. If it is possible, I would ask the organizers to switch it on. The author of this film is Mstislav Basov, the participant of this expedition. You will see some beautiful places that we have seen. And we didn't manage to do some things due to meteorological conditions, so we hope to have an opportunity to come back again. Thank you very much. And well, my best regards to you and my best wishes. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation and the wonderful video that helps us to see the beauty of our region. And again, we can see how great it is that this interdisciplinary cooperation of different subjects, geography, history, geology, archaeology, how well they work together. Thank you very much. And now the floor is given to Denis Moiseev. The floor is yours. Good afternoon again. I will try to be brief because I know that we're a little bit pressed for time. And I would like to say a few words about this ecosystem exploration on land and at sea, which are important for our Marine Biology Institute. And here in our expedition, we managed to carry out the explorations. You have some information about the icebreaker that we used for the exploration, because it was vitally important what capacity it had, because we had to understand what type of vessel we are going to use. It's a new type of icebreaker which was built in 2017. It is very well equipped, and we had to find out whether we would manage to do some underwater exploration. We needed the opportunity to submerge some equipment. You can see our route here from Murmansk to Belushia inland, and then you can see where we diverged because of the stormy conditions. So because we didn't, due to the weather conditions, we didn't manage to do everything that we had planned to do. And then we used aviation in order to come back to to Severomorsk and Murmansk. The participants of the exploration team represented different scientific teams. 3 people participated in preparing this presentation. So we carried out a lot of things that we had been hoping to. So we tried to collect some samples of different ecosystems, sea ecosystems. These are the types of water, well, the conditions of water and different plankton and benthos and sediments and radionucleic exploration and seabirds and mammals and a lot of samples on land. Speaking about how the work was organized, we worked together with hydrographers. So on this deck, so we managed to organize all the work here. And there was a special hydrographic container, which was very useful for us because it was our laboratory where we worked with the samples that we'd collected. This is what it looked like from a drone, our working deck. It's quite high, but it didn't prevent us from working properly. You can see different containers with the samples and the filtering assembly here. This is how it looked. This is the sampling of zoobenthos. We used a special device that collected this the soil from the bottom of the water body, and we analyzed what we had. So you can see different representatives of megabenthos, like crabs and other ones. So sometimes they look like these when we obtained them. And then we collected some fowlers, different types of them, and bivalve mollusks. And some zoological explorations. I will speak on behalf of Natalia Lebedev, the professor. She sent a more detailed report yesterday because we didn't manage to state one type, but then her colleagues helped her to define one type of birds. So sea ornithological exploration. She collected a lot of different types of birds and their characteristics. Also, we found some information about the fauna and the mammals. A lot of pictures were collected. They are still being analyzed and processed. So you see radioecological research samples, the dosimeter, and even, well, the picture is not probably visible, but you will see that the levels were very low. We were not far from the central polygon, and everything was quite okay, and hopefully the sample would show similar results. So, and again, soil zoological exploration, we collect different types of microorganisms, and by analyzing the microorganisms, we can come to different conclusions concerning different representatives of the fauna of the territory. They are now analyzed by our colleagues from Moscow. And while we are waiting for the picture to appear, yes, this is how those radioecological explorations look like, how we were trying to collect radionucleic information. And the basic results of our expedition, you can see them listed here. You can read them. I'm not going to, to name all of them because they have been mentioned several times. And the interesting fact about the expedition is that this area is not easily it's not easy to reach that area, such as Matichkin Bay, and these regions haven't been touched by the humanity, we can say. Yeah, so we managed to get there. So we collected some unique material, and we are now working on analyzing it. And some other very nice pictures like white bears, polar bears swimming or being on the shore. Some of them even prevented us from proper work. So the one on the left, the picture on the left, you can see this wooden hut. We wanted to take the landing there, but in the Litka Bay and well, find some probably fish a little bit. And the first boat went there, and there was a huge polar bear standing there, so you could see it even without any binoculars. So we could see it even from the vessel. So the bear just didn't want us to land there, and then he just took point there in the hut, and he didn't allow us to come. So he prevented us from landing there. And there were other funny situations as well. And we will speak about them at a special conference. So you can see the Wittke Glacier and this Matechkin Strait. There was another Russian Geographical Society member with us who made very beautiful pictures. And well, speaking about our future plans, next year we are going to celebrate an important anniversary, the 150 years anniversary of discovering the land of Franz Joseph. So we are preparing for that date and are preparing new explorations for that. And now Sergei Goncharov, another member of our expedition, is going to say a few words as well.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to sum it up a little bit, just to draw your attention to some moments. This expedition, if you know something about this format, is a very complicated organizational form to organize this kind of scientific research. There are a lot of work to be done there, preparing the expedition and participating in the expedition. So it's not only giving good results, as it was mentioned, but it's also forming a lot of questions about responsibility, about some challenges. So I would like to express my gratitude to the leadership of the Ministry of Defense, to Sergei Kozhegedovich Shoigu, the Minister of Defense, because he supported this expedition, because sometimes all the units, all the military units and scientific institutions who were involved, and everyone who participated in it. So the expedition has been prepared for 2 years, and the periods has been moved all the time. So for 2 weeks of active work, we have to work like for 2 years to prepare everything, to make it happen. And of course, expedition is always a risk. Of course, you can meet like polar bears, and we had 22 landings. So each of them, you need to board the vessel, you have to board, to onboard, and so on, to load. So, and people, scientists are not like very sporty, and they are not like some kind of special forces representatives, so they're not so good at climbing and sea going and so on. So yes, so there are always challenges, and we've mentioned Sidov and Rusanov, and they made their contribution, but unfortunately they perished in the Arctic. So we wouldn't want to repeat their destiny. That's why we try to do our best, like from aboard the vessel, not to risk, not to have any unnecessary risks. And talking about the security and safety. So for us, who's doing some research there, it's a top priority. And we have gathered a lot of material. So Fyodor Fyodorovich, I don't know if you see him. It's a great skull of a mammal of some. So he is actively participating in our educational work with children. So you can touch him, you can feel him like this. Sometimes also we worked with the blind people and people with poor sight. So it's important to see it once or to touch it once, the representative of Arctic nature, flora and fauna, to understand it, not to only to hear about it all the time, not to hear our stories, but also to be able to see it and feel it in different ways. So yes, now we are preparing all kinds of reports and detailed reports in all directions. And historical part, for us, it's very important well, it was not mentioned actually, that we checked, that we surveyed some old Pamor settlements, and it's important to use the resources of both our universities. It's important to remind people also, like Russian people, that it's not that these deserted areas, they have been actually settled by our people, by Pamors, that they have had like fishing activities there. We actually found a whole part of Pamor vessel built by old Pamor technology. It's like a very long construction, wooden construction, like 7 meters keel made of a whole pine tree with natural like rounding. So it's done by hand. It's perfectly round, perfectly shaped, and it's been really, we've been lucky because it's not that old, but it's a reserve, a spare part taken from the land and placed in the settlement. So to build a new vessel or to fix an old vessel. So it means that there were also other vessels that were used to transport this part. So it means that this logistics and deliveries, they were quite developed in the like 18th, in the 19th century, when like, okay, some people, some countries started sending expeditions there, but our people, they were living there and working there, feeding their families and getting resources. So it's very important to know. So we would like to draw your attention to that as well. And I would like to mention another project that we have. It's like Remember the War. We have also achieved some results there. The project is connected to search for sunken vessels, and it's a part of history of the Second World War. So this land has been developed and our people live there. So people are saying about their love for Arctic and so on. But no one actually tried to, only our people died for this beauty and for this nature, and also Nazi invaders also, who, yes, did during the attack. So this land has been our like ancestors lived there, and it's been a lot of our blood, our ancestors' blood has been spilled here. So on this positive note, I would like to wish all the best luck to people who want to study the history and the Arctic. And one of the mottos of the Russian Geographic Society is that discovering Russia anew and to love your country is to know your country. So I would like to encourage all of you to take part in this process as good as we can. And talking about Murmansk region, we have huge plans. I don't know if we will be able to implement all of them, because I don't know if it's possible to you don't have to travel far away to do something for history, for science, and so on. We have things to discover, we have things to develop. And one of the examples, that is, for example, this conference that's been mentioned here, that we have found an old plane from war times. He will tell you about it, but it's like it was like in the middle and nobody noticed this airplane. It was like we were thinking that we need to travel somewhere, but actually you just have to look around you and see things nobody noticed before. So thank you once again, and all the success, all the best of luck. Thank you so much. And it underlines that the possibilities for studies are limitless, are borderless, and that classroom scientists can sometimes move away from their offices and go out to the field. Now we have a short coffee break. And let's we 5 minutes, we are late, 5 minutes late, but I suggest we start 10 to 5 anyway, as it was originally planned. Thank you.
1941-45 годы. Здесь в рамках этой сессии у нас с вами один основной доклад.
So in this session, we have one main speaker and several experts. So he will talk about the historical memory and social memory and the issues of research of the Second World War history. So I would like to give the floor to Eduard Mironov. He is from Regional Center of Patriotic Upbringing of Youth. It's the research group Vaenga, and he will tell us about the implementation of regional project. Thank you very much, dear friends. Can I have the presentation on screen? So first of all, talking about the war history and about research, I would like to start with the quote from Marshal of Soviet Union, Konstantin Rakonstoski. You can't learn to love the alive one if you cannot keep the memory about the dead. So in this direction, our search groups are working in Murmansk region. We are about our work, about our plans and coordination. We are coordinating the activities in the Center of Patriotic Upbringing, which I represent. It was established in 1997, and the most important direction of work is the development of youth search movement, and the main task is to keep this historical line and not let the memory about Second World War, about the Great Patriotic War, disappear. So this kind of careful attitude to each human life and during the search allows young people to understand the uniqueness and the importance of each life, and to touching the history of war during active work allows young people to get some responsibility, respect for human life and dignity of a person. Just some short information. In fights against German invaders in Soviet North in 1941-44, in Murmansk, in Kandalaksha direction, France, there are over 100,000 soldiers died, and the hardest fights in the north were, of course, all of you who live here in the Kola north, you know that the fights were like for taking over these rocks and stone ridges, and then were burying their dead. It was not possible to dig proper graves, so they just had to put some stones around the bodies, and after some period of time, all these hills where the fights took place, where the battles took place, they were covered in remnants, in bodies of the dead heroes. So this kind of search movement on Murmansk region started in 1959. So some young people who became first searchers started searching for the bodies. And the founder of this movement was Lev Zhurin. And later on, he was supported by David Talchinsky. And in 1998, Lev Zhurin was the first specialist on youth work in this newly established Center for Patriotic Upbringing of the Youth. And since 1980 to 2021, the searchers of Murmansk region found and properly buried in Murmansk area about 15,000 defenders of the Kola North, and 407 of them were identified with names. And in Kandalaksha area, about 1,353, and 85 of them were identified with names. So in all, they have identified the names of 10,000 soldiers. Now in Murmansk region, there are 21 search groups. They are volunteers, and there are different people, but for all of them, keeping the memories of dead soldiers is not just some words. They follow their hearts. But of course, it's difficult to follow your heart when you know that here in our hills, we still have unburied soldiers. So the search groups every year, every summer, go to the fields to find, to bring back the names of the dead. But most of the searchers, they started their work in the 80s and in the 90s. So now they are quite, we can say, grown-ups, and young people are quite rare. So the main direction of our work for our center and for the search movement of Murmansk region is to bring more young people into this movement. We are implementing some projects like search units, preserving the memory. So we are taking care of military graveyards within the field of our project. That is the way to the obelisk, to the monument. So here you can see some pictures illustrating what we are doing and how these expeditions are carried out. So, and what do young people do there? So the main activity is upbringing, and when with the new searches and new information, like the rightful, the truthful information about the events that happened during the war in the north and the Great Patriotic War in general, when we visit school classes, we visit different kinds of cadet schools and ordinary schools. Like we visit all kinds of educational establishments who invite us to tell about, directly to tell about the history of search movement of Murmansk region, and to tell about the main directions of work of Russian search movement and what we do in Murmansk region, and using these kind of lessons and lectures and trying to do this upbringing process. And we invite young people to join us, to take part in this search movement of Murmansk region. First, we start with participating in organized city, like municipal or school search groups. And in this year, we started working with it very actively. And this year we had 2 school search groups, one of them in Severomorsk and another one in Kandalaksha. And we also plan to establish one more in Severomorsk. And within the frameworks of these school groups, first of all, it's according to the legislation, the children, according to the legislation, they can go out to the fields when they are 18. So now with children, we only talk about working on the graveyards, working with the archives, work with veterans of the Great Patriotic War. Unfortunately, we keep losing them, and but with this war still work still goes on. And also to prepare the guys for the active search work. This year, for example, we had 3 schools for young searchers, 2 of them in Murmansk and 1 in Kandalaksha, where our specialists in archive and search work, they told the guys about how this work is done, how they can work, where they can use their skills. And of course, we have some educational parts. We presented, for example, uniform of the Red Army from 1941, 1945, we had different information about war in the north. So all of that has been like presented to the children by our specialists, both from the scientific community and from the search community. So here are some pictures showing that is what this search school group from Sierra-Morsk. And in addition to lectures and meetings in educational establishments, the search groups of Murmansk region, they have also they're helping with the museums and schools. And unfortunately, in many schools, these museums, they were kind of forgotten, but now they are activizing this kind of work and they're restoring the small museums in every school. So all of those findings that they have, the artifacts, so they give them to the school museums, to show and to have a wider exhibition for the children, so that they can not only like listen to theory, but also to be able to see it with their own eyes and to be able to touch the history of the war in the north. Also, we use different kinds of methods and forms of work with young people. We study the history of war in the north. We have different exhibitions, different kinds of reconstruction work. We place also kind of information things where some planes crashed and the pilots died, for example. And also the search groups also has been mentioned by the government of Murmansk region, and since 2021, it's been official that the second Saturday of June now is a special day according to the law of Murmansk region. It's a Searches Day of Murmansk region, and this day it's the same as the opening of regional Memories Watch that we have. We have this opening at the territory of the Valley of Glory Memorial Complex, and during the summer, the children, they work in fields both in Murmansk area and in Kandalaksha area, and this watch is ended on the second Saturday of October, when there is a special event celebrating the liberation of the north and all the remains of our soldiers that were found during the summer, when all these remains, they are buried there. So this year we have found 140 bodies of soldiers, of Red Army soldiers, and 10 of them were identified, and all the others were identified as unknown soldiers, and 2 of them are now waiting to be sent home to Belarus and to Karelia. So I would like to end my presentation by a quote of Suvorov: "Until the last soldier is buried, the war is not over." So for us, this war will not be over for quite some time. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eduard, because you're doing really hard work and a very noble type of work, without which it is impossible to summarize the war somehow or to finish it somehow. Thank you again. And now we are continuing with our expert. We are supposed to have Anna Bakina from Arkhangelsk. I hope she's online with us. Yes, Anna is here with us. Anna Bakina, a master degree program scientist from Northern Federal University in Arkhangelsk. She's going to speak about the prisoners of war in the Finnish concentration camp and labor camp. Good afternoon. I hope you will help me with my presentation. My report is dedicated to the fates of the prisoners of war in the Finnish camp Kolosiki number 8 in Petsamo during the Great Patriotic War. I hope you can switch on my presentation. Thanks a lot. And the research is well based on the Finnish and Soviet and Russian archival data and different photo documents. Some of the documents have seen the light for the first time, and we have tried to systematize the information about this concentration camp. As we know, nickel is a strategic point and a strategic ore. Without nickel, you cannot provide armor for different weapons. And during the Second World War, there was a growth of the demand for nickel. And not far from Petsamo, since 1921 till 1942, the territories belonged to Finland, and in the 1920s attracted a lot of attention internationally. On the 21st of June 1941, when the war broke, the Great Patriotic War broke, Finland was against the Soviet Union there, and the authorities of the fascist Germany used this, and they tried to get mining of all those ores in the territory of Petsamo. They used mostly the labor of prisoners of war, and at the end of summer 1941, on the area of Kolosyoki settlement, a concentration labor camp was organized for the prisoners of war. And there were several similar camps in that territory, which were well used for making people work in some other types of work, such as building hydropower station and constructing roads. According to the archival data, this camp number 8 is called in the diary of the camp the lower camp, Kolosyoki number 8. It was established in August 1941, and the office of the head of this camp was carried out by different Finnish military officers at different points. There was quite a big list of them. The first head of this camp was Lieutenant Kari. He held the office not for a long time, since the 6th of July 1941 till 10th September 1941. And then he was transferred to another part of Finland, where another concentration camp was established for the Soviet officers. According to the coordinates that we established, the camp was 900 meters away from the refinery and not far from the settlement itself. And the cemetery is not far from that place as well, where you can find the graves of the prisoners of war. Nowadays, we have the names of 47 soldiers of the Soviet army who were buried there. And we can say that unlike the camp number 1, where they had Soviet officers, camp number 8 had only soldiers, no officers were there. It can be proved by the list of the prisoners of war, which were provided by the Finnish archival data. These lists were provided for the Russian side within one of the projects, a Finnish project, which is called The Fates of the Prisoners of War and the Interned Ones throughout the period of 1939-1944. They were handed over to the Russian side, and this information was analyzed. So the search activists went in that direction in order to carry out the works, search works, and there was a memorial cross opened with the names of the Soviet prisoners of war who died in this camp. Further analysis of the data that was procured from the Finnish archives, we found out that out of those prisoners, 6 of them were executed by shooting. Some of them were killed while they tried to escape the camp, and some of the reasons for their death was heart attacks, fractures, poisoning by gases, paralysis, pneumonia, dropsy, and death of hunger and famine. So we can say that about 6% were shot, and about 67% of those prisoners died of hunger. And in one of the books about the prisoners of war, there is some information on analyzing why, well, the causes of death of the Soviet prisoners of war. The Finnish scientist proves that it was not the aim of the Finnish authorities to make Soviet prisoners of war die because of their labor or hunger, but they did not have enough nutrition. And we can say that it was the result of the attitude on the side of the Finnish authorities towards the Russian prisoners of war, Soviet prisoners of war. Finland doesn't reject this fact, and there are a lot of discussions concerning whether it was deliberate policy on the side of Finland or it was not. The labor conditions were terrible, well, and actually the type of work that they had to carry out required proper nutrition. And after several months of working in the camp, the prisoners died. And it shows that the nutrition was not enough, and it led to a deterioration of their organism. I'm going to quote recollection of one of the people who spoke about them, that the prisoners were weak and they did not have enough nutrition because there was nothing for them, nowhere for them to find any food. There is also some information about some Finnish people trying to help the Soviet prisoners, to give them some food. The prisoners were always hungry. And sometimes they had some contacts with the people living in the settlement. Usually it was like by exchanging the handicrafts that the prisoners came up with. So those handicrafts were exchanged for food. So sometimes children prepared some food in order to exchange it with the Soviet prisoners of war. When the authorities found out about it, they banned bringing food for the Soviet prisoners. There were similar situations in other camps on the territory of Petsamo. So we can say that it speaks about the similarity of different camp regimes. And here is some information from the recollections of one of the former prisoners. They spoke about the nutrition, that there were only 300 grams of bread per dinner and only potato soup and coffee in the morning. The cigarettes were allowed only for Ukrainians, 2 cigarettes per day. And attending bathhouses was not frequent, only once a month. Sometimes Finnish people provided fish for the prisoners because they felt sorry for them. And the Finnish scientist, one of the Finnish scientists says that the camp was disintegrated in 1944. The slide here shows some fragments of a military diary of this concentration camp. The 4th of December, the war is over. The 5th of December, all the prisoners have finished working. 5th September to 6th September, starting the movement towards Ivala. 6th September, we were told to leave the lower camp, some connection at 12:30. And further, the prisoners were sent to Ivala. The 7th of September, the truck with the possessions of the camp sent off from the camp. And we are still working with the diary. You can see that it was written by hand, and in many places in this diary are illegible, different to decipher. But if we manage to retrieve the information which is provided here, we might get a lot of useful information. And we continue collecting the information about this camp, and we continue translating Finnish scientific literature that we obtained from the Finnish archive. We are analyzing all the unsolved things and unnecessary, unclear information about the camp. Thank you very much, and thank you, Anna, for this interesting presentation. I hope you can hear the applause of the listeners in the hall. I think it is also very important because it's one of the pages of our history. Well, we have to remember about those who became the victims during the war.
So I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. He represents an non-commercial organization, SHIELD, and about its work, we have Gennady Gurulev, who is the head of this organization. So, dear friends, I would like to share some aspects of the work of non-commercial organization for support of the employees and pensioners of Federal Security Service, SHIELD. Our organization was established in 2004. We have been working for 16 years. So we have several directions of work, and many of them being like search and different work with books, writing books about the activities of the special forces like Russian partisans, Norwegian partisans, and the intelligence officers of the Northern Fleet during the war, and the work of security structures during the war, before the war, during the war, and partly after the war. So in this field, we have managed to publish, to give to the readers of Murmansk region. We have managed to publish 6 books. We have managed to publish 2 albums that are used in education and schools. For example, in schools, we have 166 schools in our region, so we have provided them in some directions. So we let them learn more about the history of the Great Patriotic War and the history of the Kola Peninsula. So the second direction of work that we have is, and in our opinion, it's the right one, thinking about our age group, is that in our organization, we have like from 55 years and over. So it's restoration and maintenance of the memory of intelligence agents who died during their job, and also intelligence of the Northern Fleet and Norwegian partisans on the territory of Norway, in the north of Norway. So we have 22 trips there. We have 3 some obelisks there, and this kind of work has been supported by some people in the northern Norway, by these educated people there, and it's also supported by the county governor's office while it existed. For example, the governor has been taking part in some of our activities. And the third direction that is also very important for us is work in schools of Murmansk region with the Ministry of Education, and starting from 2008 and 2009, we started providing documentary films about the North, and then it grew further because together with TV21 we have made 6 films, and all the films they got awards at different festivals, and all those films about our trips, about our voyages to northern Norway when it was like 100 years anniversary of FSB. So the film got the 2nd place. So the films are like 20, 25, 30, 40 minutes, like a school hour. And then they are also provided where they are valuable for schools. So when we started this kind of work, we learned that in the schools there, they can take those films and use them in educational process. For example, like on history lessons and so on. Then they speak about the Second World War. So, and then we started spreading like to larger areas. So, for example, we talked about the Battle of Moscow, the Prague, Berlin, and so on. So a lot of attention has been paid to Petsama Shirkinen's operation, and actually in this direction we have concentrated our attention to, so that in schools they would accept these topics, and for that it's important to take the history book for the 10th grade history book that has it has 5 chapters, so it's like 6 hours for the 6 classroom hours for the Second World War, and there are 158 questions there. So of course we understand that no matter how like good historian you are, still you need to like, of course you need to have a lot of detailed information, and for school children it's difficult, of course. So we started working like creating thematic packages. So we give these thematic packages to schools so that during like extra hours, maybe during like ordinary classroom hours, talking about while they're talking about it, so they can provide this information packages. So what kind of materials they are? They include like kind of lecture materials, documentary film, and then there is also some materials from internet about on this topic, and then also there are some informational materials with books on different topics. So for example, in some topics it can be up to 20, 25 books for extracurricular, like for home study. And after they have read the book, so they can get maybe a certificate of project participant. And in schools, sometimes they use this certificate to kind of motivate the students to do something. And of course, for us, it's very important that it's very good direction of work, that we talk about the heroic pages of the Great Patriotic War, and we have divided them into several groups and articles. For example, we were talking about pilots, about women, about snipers, children during war, and so on. So it's kind of a whole variety of units. And in these articles also, we have like 50, 70, 90% it is information about heroes of the Soviet Union. So we look at that. Then in the since starting from the 5th grade, they start reading about it, and then they remember these heroic deeds of Soviet people during the Second World War. and then it influences his life views, and we believe that he is getting this patriotic and heroic upbringing. And now today, after the special operation in Ukraine started, we started providing the information about heroic deeds during the operation. And according to the information that we are getting, it looks like the teachers have very positive attitude towards that. And some pictures about this kind of work. Here we have in this topic, they are opening, giving the possibilities and for students about intelligence and counterintelligence during the Second World War. This is quite a specific topic, and that is quite hard to understand and to learn, but we still provide this opportunity for like high school students. So we kind of differentiate the approach to providing the information in schools, but the main emphasis is on that in every school there is a head teacher for upbringing, there are libraries in every school, and there are also class teachers and history teachers. So we managed to find the right persons who could be like responsible for that, who could do it in a proper way, and we hope to get certain effect. Now, schools from the 1st of September, we have given out 350 information packages, and now we are completing the work. Now we are planning to start 450 information packages. So in each school, there can be like 2 or 3 of those kinds of information packages. And it covers like quite so many students. So for us as like older generation, when I was young, so it was very popular to have different kind of quizzes. So we have those quizzes, but like librarians and everyone, they had those quizzes. So we had approximately 40 different quizzes, from 10 questions to 60 questions. So we differentiate those questions and like depending on the school's wishes. But the most important is that by giving this quiz, we also give some souvenirs for the winners, for the first and second and third, and sometimes even fourth and fifth place. So, and what we noticed, unfortunately, there is this unfortunate tendency that the quality of information, of answers to the questions, it's not very good. It's like there are like 50% answers are correct, like 45–50%. So what it tells us? It tells us that we need to work in this direction, and we need to give the possibility. And in this kind of quiz, a teacher has to give the right answers for each question so that the child can remember the right answers. What I would like to say in the end, that, well, I am a former FSB officer. I've been like there for 30 years. So, and life turned so that from 87, I've been living in Murmansk. And since 1999, I'm retired. And looking at all that, I can say that I'm very concerned, and I'm interested also, and I'm talking to my colleagues also in my organization. It's important to work with that, because Because, okay, if young man is physically strong, fit, and he can run, he can jump, he can whatever. But if in his head he doesn't have this patriotic thinking, and he doesn't have this understanding that he should live where he is born and should defend his country and not a neighboring country where he gets bigger salary. So that's the problem that we'll have to face. And if we do not solve this issue starting from the, first grade, we will not be able to ensure the security of our country. Several times I have made this comparison. In in 1912, the entire Europe attacked Russia. 1854, 56, entire Russia supported or participated in that. In Crimea, they tried to bite off a piece of Crimea. Unfortunately, they got some other kind of bite. The first World War, Russia was an Entente country, and they were so-called friends. But when the situation turned like they saw that Russian soldiers stopped Germans in Paris, so they shed their blood on the Russian front. They were the Russian people who defended the country. So I'm not talking about the civil war when we were surrounded from all sides on east and west, and also here in the north there were some enemies, and also of course the Second World War, the Great Patriotic War. I'm not mentioning Finland. That's a special moment here. So the Great Patriotic War showed us that we have artifacts from the Great Patriotic War that were brought by our researchers like Mikhail Resheta, and there are some things like cups, and we found those cups made of metal. For example, in Austrian and in German trenches, they had fine china, all kinds of creams, and there. So the entire Europe worked to provide this group of who was fighting against us. So this is the answer. And now I don't want to talk about Ukraine. You know everything. So the entire West is against us, and we are keeping this attack. But as it's always say on TV shows, the victory will be ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the activities that you carry out. It's not enough just to learn the history, you have to popularize it as well, so that it is an integral part of our society and of the life of the society. Our next expert is Dmitry Novikov. He is going to tell us about the results of the joint search party of the 12th division of the Ministry of Defense and the Russian Geographical Society, Beria Западные лица. The microphone is probably not working. I'm going to present a report on our mutual exploration or search party. And the search party carrying out this search party was the logic continuation of the previous expeditions that we had and different events that we organized, and that are connected with the memory to the soldiers. It was planned with the help of the Russian Geographic Society. It was held in June. So you can see the tasks of this expedition. We studied some archival data in order to define the locations, and we prepared the teams. In June, We analyzed the location that you can see here on the map. We found the remains of 28 Soviet soldiers. And there was a medallion with a note which helped us to understand that it belonged to a definite Soviet soldier who died on the 8th of September 1941 when the fascists tried another attempt to attack Murmansk. There was also a spoon of one of the soldiers with the name Kirill. So there was only one Kirillov with the surname Kirillov, and we found out that there was only one soldier with this surname Kirillov, a person who had lived in Cheboksar, not far from Cheboksar. So we found some information about where they had lived before the war, and their remains would be sent to their relatives or to their places of birth. And then we organized a ceremony of burial for those soldiers. In 2023, we hope to install a memorial symbol there. As a result of the search party, we found different fragments of ammunition, and also at the depth of about 1 meter, we found different ordnance, 39 of them, and we disposed of those unexploded ordnance. And on the 29th of August, in one of the points that we were exploring on the coast of a name without a lake, we found different fragments and came to the conclusion that we needed to explore the bottom of the lake, and found a Messerschmitt plane at the bottom of this lake with certain information about it. So this type of planes existed in the amount of 318 items. So they were produced since 1939 till 1940. And we found some information about this plane. It means that, well, we found out that this plane went through some modernization from one type of series to another one. And we found some information about who the pilot of the plane was. And the plane fell to the lake after it was shot by the Soviet army. We know that the pilot survived, and in 1943, he served in another aircraft division and was transferred to Belgium, where he died in an air crash in 1943, not far from Liège in Belgium. On the 14th of September 1941, the Nazi troops continued their attacks onto our territories. By the end of the day, they were stopped, and the first aircrafts to start taking our positions were some planes which tried to drop different bombs onto the Soviet troops. That was the first night bombarding of the Kola land. At 7:40, several planes started their attack on the Russian troops. Not far from Loastari, they were joined by some other planes. And later, the whole group appeared not far from the front line. And according to the information obtained from the Northern Fleet, our bombarding planes, those bombarding planes attacked our territories. Captain Safonov and his team went to fight those planes, and the meeting did not happen. Afterwards, Junkers and Messerschmitts attacked with bombing our troops again. So the plane that we found was the one that attacked with bombing our troops not far from Zapadnaya Litsa, but well, it was attacked from the land. and it dropped to the bottom of the lake. So the search party came to the conclusion that the plane remains had to be obtained. There was a plan how to do it, starting with the tail of the plane. We did it with the help of people. And then we took another part of the plane, for which we needed some equipment, a special rubber equipment. So there was a special rubber balloon that was submerged, and it was connected with the fuselage of the plane, filled with air. So as a result, the plane started ascending, and then we used special devices in order to get it to the land. On shore, we extracted the ordnance, the unexploded ordnance from the plane. It is important to say that, almost all the ordnance was complete in the plane. So, we can say that the plane was shot at the very beginning of the operation. Our land troops attacked it. So the pilot turned, was trying to get back to their positions, and he understood that it was impossible to get to the airport. So the pilot was trying to go somewhere which was not very dangerous for him. So he found a lake which was good enough, and it was seen that it was visible that the pilot decided to move using some kind of a corner, like a little bit askew to the water of the lake. This kind of landing onto the water, or grounding onto the water, affected the condition of the plane. As I have already mentioned, the pilot survived. The Nazi tried to destroy the plane by using different grenades, but we found some remnants of the grenades in the plane, so they didn't want it to be a trophy, so they tried to destroy it. So when we obtained the plane and loaded it onto the special truck, we took it to one of the military bases where they have serviced it and worked with separate elements of the plane and prepared it for further restoration. It was not all spontaneous. We got into touch with the specialists who knew how to carry out all those operations. And we prepared the plane for the restoration. Afterwards, this plane, hopefully at the beginning of the next year, it will be handed over to one of the restoration workshops where it will be prepared to become an exhibit, and a special committee will decide which museum will get it. It can be either the exhibit at the Museum of Vehicles, or it might be a part of the Museum Diorama, like it is in the Patriot Park in Moscow. As a result of our search party explorations, we publish different works. We try to share the information and the knowledge. We want to educate people. So there were a lot of comments from different people. They phoned us and they wanted to find out how they could participate in such events. So the publicity towards this event was rather high. And I guess this is where I would like to stop. If you have any questions, I am ready to answer them. Thank you very much. Another page of our history, which is really interesting. It's so pleasant when we find out that there are so many interesting things in our history, and there is always much to find out about and to pay attention to. And it always seems that there is no limit to that. Another expert that we're going to listen to, Daria Krienova. She's online as far as I know.
Yes, can you hear me? And yes, the floor is yours. Can you see me also? Yes, yes, you can see me. Hello, everyone. I'll be brief because it's just some kind of forward to the film that will be shown tomorrow, as far as I understand, among 3 other documentary films that will be shown. So we have already shown this film Ice-Free Port of Hope in Murmansk and Severomorsk. But now we have made it in a better quality, so we will show it again. And if also we are planning in the middle of November, we are participating in the Northern Character Festival as well. So of course, I would like to draw the attention of the audience, to get some feedback, to get some opinions and ideas, because for me it was a kind of experimental film, because I'm both a scriptwriter and director. So the first time when I was in Murmansk region during the epidemic, then I was invited to take part in the location tour by the Northern Character. I was really amazed by some special air of the North, where in the nature, where every stone, every centimeter, it has the memory of the war. I was everywhere in Russia with my work, but I have never had this feeling about these attempts to how people are trying to preserve it, how they're building the monuments and so on, like Konstantin Dobrovolsky, and he was restoring the monuments. So, but this is like the people's work, but also what the nature is doing to restore. So it would be great to make some kind of cinematographic research, to make some kind of film about how the war was going on here among the lichen, among the rocks, and in this climate. So the story is based on the diaries of Admiral Arseny Golovko. And what was special here is that I knew nothing about his son. And when I started working with this film, I met the son, Mikhail, and it turned out that he is working with the diaries of his father. So what was published in the book together with the fleet is a kind of redacted in the 60s. So he was not happy about it, that it was not kept to the original. And it turned out so that the son, he is now working with editing this diary. And for him, it was great that there has been this kind of development and that we are working with that because he was in a kind of decline, thinking that nobody needs that nobody is interested. But it's really a very impressive diary. And I was really amazed by the text. It's not just reports about military action, but it's some kind of feelings and emotions. And Arseny Golovko, he is rather critical about his mistakes and such things. Also, that's one line, it's the Admiral's diary, and another part, it's not like chronicles, it's today's situation, and it's a kind of experiment today, and this is the method that works. It's not like a good chronicle that is, but also we have today's footage. We have got a lot of help from the Northern Fleet. They let us shoot in Severomorsk and Kadjiva and Polyarny. I really liked it in Vinohamari. And but that's kind of different story. It's about the monument that fell down, that you have probably heard about, the monument that fell, the monument to the submariners. So I would like to say that we have worked a lot with German trophies, and it's probably can be interesting for someone. So that's what I wanted to say. I'll be happy if you have any feedback to my film, and glad to have like audience and viewers. Thank you so much. And I think tomorrow we all will enjoy the film and we will have something to say about the film. And many thanks for your work. It's very valuable and very important. We are always glad to see you here in the North to continue your filming and to have a series of these films. Thank you. Goodbye. And thank you. We are completing our work, and to round up all the work of today's conference, I would like to give the floor to Denis Moiseev to sum up the most important.
So Denis will sum up the conference proceedings. Thank you. Well, first of all, let me hold a ceremony of a kind. I want to hand in the members' card to a new member of our Russian Geographical Society, that is Vladimir Bilakovsky from the Polo Geophysical Institute. He didn't manage to participate in our conference first, but still, notwithstanding all the weather conditions, he managed to come to us from Apatite, and I am happy to give him the membership card. And definitely another element. We have, our memorabilia have the form of the globe. Thank you very much for coming to us. Colleagues, I wanted to say that it was very useful what we had today. It was not only online, but also offline to a great extent. And despite the complicated situation with online participation, our foreign colleagues joined us, and the variety of the reports was huge. And I would like to say a great thank you to the interpreters who have been with us, who have worked all this long period with us. The two of them translated from or interpreted from Russian into English, English into Russian. All these recordings will remain with us, and we will keep them in storage. So if you need, you can go and watch it. Thanks very much to our specialists and technologists who provided the online translation broadcasting, and it was very good. We will also watch it again. Well, we will look at ourselves and everyone who spoke here. And thank you to the moderators who organized the sessions. And thank you very much to the host of this event, Murmansk State Technical University, for this amazing venue and the place for the coffee breaks. Thanks to the participants of the conference who came here, who participated in it both online and offline. And if you have some words, concluding words, we have some time, just several minutes to do that. If no more words, then, well, I guess you might be tired a little bit. So I think we could conclude. I think we will collect a lot of interesting information using, today's materials. We will have a collection of papers, and it will be interesting to all of you. And I want to remind you that tomorrow at 3 p.m. we have the viewing of the films. First of all, it will be Archipelago here in the same hall, and then we will have the ice-free Port of Hope that Daria spoke about. Thank you very much.